in the further regions of experience. Demons to some, angels to others.
It was a mistake! I didn't mean to help it! It was a mistake! You can stop!
We can't. Not alone.
You solved the box. We came. Now you must come with us. Taste our pleasures.
Please! Go away! Leave me alone!
Oh, no tears, please. It's a waste of good suffering.
Wait!
No time for argument.
You've done this before, right?
Many, many times.
Just a man called Frank Cotton.
Oh, yes.
He escaped you.
Nobody escapes us.
I've seen him. He's alive.
Supposing he had escaped us, what has that to do with you?
I can lead you to him, and you can take him back instead of me.
Perhaps we prefer you.
I want to hear him confess himself. Then, maybe,
If you need,
we'll tear your soul apart. There is a secret soul at the center of the world.
sound is like razors through flesh.
I don't believe you.
Oh, come. Oh, you can hear its faint echo right now. I'm here to turn up the volume. To press the stinking face of humanity into the dark blood of its own secret heart.
Now you will stop and send you back to hell.
Oh no, you can't stop me, child. You don't have to hear the music. Just give me the box, and I'll free you from the future.
Past.
Don't debate with me, girl! Just come here and die while you still have the option of doing it quickly!
You have to come and get me, you ugly fuck.
Oh, spirited. Oh, good. Oh, very good. Oh, I enjoy making you bleed. I enjoy making you enjoy it.
Social prejudices are in the process of disappearing. More and more nature is reclaiming her rights. We're moving in the proper direction. I've much more respect for the woman who has an illegitimate child than for an old maid. I've been told an unmarried woman who had a child and brought these children up in a truly touching manner. It often happens amongst women servants. Notably, the women who have no children finally go off their heads. It's somewhat striking to observe that in the majority of peoples the number of women exceeds that of men. What harm is there then in every woman's fulfilling her destiny? I love to see this display of health around me. The opposite thing would make and I'd become really so if all I had to look at were the spectacle of the 10,000 so-called elite. Luckily for me, I've always retained contacts with the people, amongst the people. Moral health is obligatory. It goes so far that in the country one never reproaches a priest for having a life with his servant. People even regard it as a kind of guarantee. Women and girls of the village need not protect themselves. In any case, women of the people are full of understanding. They admit that a young priest can't sweat his sperm out through his brain, spitting infinite again and again. The hypocrites are to be found amongst the 10,000 strong elite. That's where one meets the Puritan who can reapproach his neighbor for us adventures, forgetting that he has himself married a divorcee. Everybody should draw from his own experience for reasons to show himself indulgent towards others. Marriage as it is practiced in bourgeois society is generally a thing against nature, but a meeting between two things who complete one another, who are made for one another. Borders already, in my conception, upon a miracle. I often think of those women who people convince because they haven't met the man with whom they would have wished to share their lives, with the expectation of those who are promised to God by their parents. Most of them, in fact, are women cheated by life. Human beings are made to suffer passively. Rare are the beings capable of coming to grips with existence. A man who is indifferent to history is a man without hearing, without sight. Such a man can live, of course, but what a life. To question of nationalizing a people and first and foremost one of establishing healthy social conditions which will furnish the grounds that are necessary for the education of the individual. For only when family upbringing and school education have inculcated in the individual a knowledge of the cultural and economic and above all the political greatness of his own country, then and then only will it be possible for him to feel proud of being a citizen of such a country. Spent infinitely for all of eternity. What must be wrong with me? Can never stop. Spent infinitely. Infinity times infinity. 'Tis me about infinite me. My whole life can be summed up as this ceaseless effort of mine to persuade other people. The depth of a fall is always measured by the difference between the level of the original position from which a body has fallen and that in which it is now found. By looking after his relatives' interests as he did, Napoleon furthermore displayed incredible weakness on the purely human level. When a man occupies such a position, he should eliminate all his family feeling. Napoleon, on the contrary, placed his brothers and sisters in posts of command and retained them in these posts even after they'd given proofs of their incapability. All that was necessary was to throw out all these patently incompetent relatives. Instead of that, he wore himself out with sending his brothers and sisters regularly every month letters containing reprimands and warnings urging them to do this and not to do that, thinking he could remedy their incompetence by promising them money or by threatening not to give them any more. Such illogical behavior can be explained only by the feeling of Corsicans had for their families a feeling in which they resemble the Scots. By thus giving expression to his family feeling, Napoleon introduced a disruptive principle into his life. Nepotism, in fact, is the formidable protection imaginable for protection of the ego, but wherever it has appeared in the life of a state, the monarchies are the best proof. It has resulted in weakening and decay. Reason it puts an end to the principle of effort. In this respect, Frederick the Great showed himself superior to Napoleon. Frederick, who, at the most difficult moments of his life, and when he had to take the hardest decisions, never forgot that things are called upon to endure. In similar cases, Napoleon capitulated. It's therefore obvious that, to bring his life's work to successful conclusion, Frederick the Great could always rely on sturdier collaborators than Napoleon could. When Napoleon set the interest of his family clique above all, Frederick the Great looked around him for men and at need trained himself. Despite all Napoleon's genius, Frederick the Great was the most outstanding man of the 18th century. When seeking to find a solution for essential problems concerning the conduct of affairs of state, he refrained from all illogicality. It must be recognized that in this field, his father, Frederick William, that buffalo of a man, had given him a solid and complete training. Peter the Great, too, clearly saw the necessity for eliminating the family spirit from public life. In a letter to his son, a letter I was rereading recently, he informs him very clearly of his intention to disinherit him and exclude him from the succession to the throne. It would be he writes, to set one day at the head of Russia a son who does not prepare himself for state affairs with the utmost energy, who does not harden his will and strengthen himself physically, setting the best man at the head of the state. That's the most difficult problem in the world to solve. For me and all true National Socialists, there is only one doctrine, folk and fatherland. We must fight to assure the existence and the growth of our race and our nation. We must feed our children and keep our blood pure. We must fight for freedom and independence of the fatherland so that our nation may grow and fulfill the mission given to it by the creator of the universe. Every ideal, every teaching, and all knowledge must serve this purpose. It is from this perspective that we must judge everything and use it or discard it according to its suitability for our purpose. In this way, a theory can never harden into a deadly doctrine since it must all serve a common good. Particularly in the case of this war, one must never forget that if we lose it, we lose everything. To learn history means to seek and find the forces which are the causes leading to those effects which we subsequently perceive as historical events. The people in their overwhelming majority are so feminine by nature and attitude that sober reasoning determines their thoughts and actions far less emotion and feeling. And this sentiment is not complicated but very simple and all of a piece. It does not have multiple shadings. It has a positive and a negative, love or hate, right or wrong, truth or lie, never half this way and half that way, never partially or that kind of thing. I do not believe that one can maintain a situation in which a man toils and works a whole year only to get ludicrous salary, and another just sits down in a leather seat and gets enormous sums for it. This is a condition unworthy of man. After all, there are two words which confront each other, and they are right when they say we can never reconcile ourselves to the National Socialist world, for how could a narrow-minded capitalist possibility declare his agreement with my principles? It would be easier for the devil to go to church and take holy water. This is the first state in our German history which, as a matter of principle, eliminated all social prejudice and the assignment of social positions, and this not only in civilian life. I myself am the best proof of that. I am not even an advocate. Just think of what that means. And still, I am your what was it that I asked of the outside world? Nothing but the right of Germans to unite, and second, that what was taken away from them be restored. I asked for nothing which might have implied a loss for another people. How often have I offered my hand to them immediately after my rise to power? For what does armament mean? It gobbles up so much manpower, and especially I who regard work as a decisive factor. I had wished to employ German manpower for other plans. Nature knows no political frontiers. She begins by establishing life on this globe, and then watches the free play of forces. Those who show the greatest courage and industry are the children nearest to her heart, and they will be granted the sovereign right of existence. Therefore, I will not learn politics, but let politics teach me. Uncertainty cripples any serious and firm resolve and results in opinions swaying from one side to the other, leaving any decision that is made weak and half done, even when it comes to the most essential measures of self-preservation. I wanted to become a painter, and no power in the world could force me to become a civil servant. To truly learn history means to open your eyes and discover the forces that cause historical events to happen. The art of reading and of learning means remembering the important parts and forgetting the unimportant. The earth continues to go round, whether it's the man who kills the tiger or the tiger who eats the man. The stronger asserts his will. It's the law of nature. The world doesn't change. Its laws are eternal. The masses of the people prefer the ruler to the suppliant and are filled with a stronger sense of mental security by a teaching that brooks no rival than by a teaching which offers them a liberal choice. They have very little idea of how to make such a choice, and thus they are prone to feel that they have been abandoned. Spitting, I'm rapping.
Hiya, Georgie. What a nice boat. Do you want it back?
Look like a nice boy. I bet you have a lot of friends.
Where's he? I bet I could cheer him up. I'll give him a balloon. Do you want a balloon too, Georgie? Oh, well, I'm Pennywise the Dancing Clown. Pennywise? Yes, meet Georgie. Georgie, meet Pennywise. Now we aren't strangers, are we?
A storm blew me away. Blew the whole circus away.
Can you smell the circus, Georgie? There's peanuts, cotton candy, hot dogs, Is that your favorite? Mine too. Because they pop. Without you both, you will lose it, Georgie. Here, take it. Take it, Georgie. Hey, boy, where you going, Ed? If you lived here, you'd be home by now. Come to the clown nest. You'll float down here. We'll float down here. Yes, we do. Beep, beep, Richie. Time to float. Tasty, tasty, beautiful fear. This isn't real enough for you, Billy. I'm not real enough for you. It wasn't real enough for Georgie.
You'll cry. You'll cheer. You'll die. Introducing Pennywise, the dancing clown.
You will be. I'll take him. I'll take all of you. And I'll feast on your flesh as I feed on your fear. Or you will just leave us be. I will take him, only him, and then I will have my long rest, and you will all live to grow and thrive and lead happy lives until old age takes you back to the weeds. Sorry. Just against the post, and still he sees the ghost, and he thrusts his fist against the post. Fear. Hello, Vicky. Isn't that what your friends call you, Vicky? How did I know that? I guess I must be your friend too. People always make fun because of the way I look. I thought if you couldn't see my face, then maybe you would want to be my friend. Never mind. Oh, silly old Pennywise, you'll never have no friends. They do. Isn't that silly? Oh, that little thing. Oh, I can blow that thing right away. Oh, yes. One poof, and it'll be gone. Oh, you would have to get close enough to see my face. I don't know, Vicky. Promise. Well, okie dokie. Just come on in a little closer, and we'll blow it away on the count of 3. 1, 2. Why? Because you weren't there, Billy. Kiss me, fat boy. Oh, nobody wants to kiss the fat boy. Alone. Oh, you've always been alone. Oh, kiss me as if it were the last time. You haven't changed anything yet. You haven't changed their futures. You haven't saved any of them. Close your eyes, Matt. If you don't believe, close them and see. Yeah. Did you miss me, Richie? Yes, I missed you. No one wants to play with the clown anymore. Play a game with me, would you? How about Street Fighter? Oh, yes, you like that one, don't you? Or maybe Truth or Dare. Oh, you wouldn't want anyone to pick Truth, though, would you, Richie? You wouldn't want anyone to know what you're hiding. I know your secret, your dirty little secret. I know your secret, your dirty little secret. Should I tell them, Richie? I can play! I can play with the clown! Oh, did it work, Mikey? Did it work? Tell them why your seating in the ritual didn't work. Tell them it's all just, what's the word, it's gazebo. Oh, Mikey, you never showed them the fourth side, did you? And I want them to know what actually happened to the poor Shakabiwa. 27 years, 27 years, I dreamt of you, I dreamt of you. I craved you, I craved you. Oh, I missed you, I missed you. This very moment, time to fall. I know what you are, a madman. Filthy little children. Die, that's what you do. Oh, me, small. I am the eater of worlds. The eater of worlds. I'm the eater of worlds. Look at you.
We must not take everything on our own shoulders. If we did, our successors would have nothing to do but to sleep. We must leave them some problems to solve, and the means with which to solve them, namely a mighty army and a mighty air force. And the army must be taught that if some cowardly crew of politicians should come to power, then it is the army's duty to intervene, as the army in Japan did. As a general principle, I think that a peace which lasts for more than 25 years is harmful to the nation. Peoples, like individuals, sometimes need regenerating by a little bloodletting. Our ancestors fought duels. Next came the barber and his bleeding cups. And now we have the safety razor. Nobody in the Middle Ages suffered from high blood pressure. Their constant brawls were ample safeguard against it. And in Upper Bavaria, they practiced the custom of Sunday bloodletting. Now, thanks to the safety razor, the world's blood pressure is rising. It fills me with shame when I think that I have lost more blood shaven than on the field of battle. The spectacled theorist would have given his life for the doctrine rather than for his own people, because man has made laws. He subsequently comes to think that he exists for the sake of the laws. The masses of the people prefer the ruler to the suppliant and are filled with a stronger sense of mental security by a teaching that brooks no rival than by a teaching which offers them a liberal choice. They have very little idea of how to make such a choice, and thus they are prone to feel that they have been abandoned. We took perhaps the greatest step in the inner order. Everything else in innumerable areas is now connected to it. And here I'd like to return to the starting point of my remarks, namely the concept of worldview. I sat that worldview is nothing more than the consideration of the entire world and its phenomena from a uniform standpoint of the least scientific discoveries, serious discoveries, and I went after all other problems in the same way. We solved our economic questions, gentlemen, when all the so-called experts claimed they couldn't be solved. We solved our cultural problems. What didn't they say earlier? They said, what? You want to eliminate the Jews? Haha, then you won't have any more money. You won't have any more gold, as if the Jews were a gold-producing element. Gold only has any meaning. Gold only has any meaning when it represents values. Values are created by Jews, but rather by people. Spittin'. I make a distinction between the wisdom of age, which can only arise from the greater profundity and foresight that are based on the experiences of a long life and the creative genius of youth, which blossoms out in thoughts and ideas with inexhaustible fertility without being able to put these into practice immediately because of their very super abundance. Spitting a rhyming abundance. Never stop rhyming abundance. Abundance. I know nothing of the other world, and I have the honesty to admit it. Other people know more about it than I do, and I am incapable of spitting a few off the top, and I do. Never ending a loo, infinite hippity hip blue, hippity hoopla, spitting a blah 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 blah, never hippity hoopla, spitting a blah 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 blah, spitting a blah 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 hippity hoopla. In this moment, we were to eliminate the regions by force. The people would unanimously beseech us for a new form of worship. You can imagine our giving up their pranks to play at being saints. As for our minister for religion, according to spitting up, never ending a hippity hoopla cop. The powerful national state needs fewer internal laws because of the greater affection, and attachment of its citizens. The internal slave state can hold its subjects to their compulsory service only by force. Your love makes me strong. Your hate makes me unstoppable. To teach a nation the handling of arms is to give it a fertile education. Spitting again, never ending off the top of my head. I don't see much. Spitting again. Spitting never ending, I said. Must be something wrong with my head. Spitting never ending, I said. Spitting never ending, I said. Damn it, man, off pops my head. Off pops my head again, and I am spitting again. Those who attended the lecture course supported my views. The consequence of it all was that a few days later I was assigned to a regiment that staged and stationed at Munich, spitting a Punic, infinite pop. In the years immediately following our assumption of power, many people were of the opinion that inflation was inevitable. The only ones who appreciated our policy were the workmen. For years I have been telling them your wages can only rise in proportion to the increase in your productivity. The less money a man has, the more common sense he shows. The richest people are the least reasonable, and some are so stupid that they become nissers. This tendency is generally corrected by the sons who fling the money away with both hands, spitting again. My head pops off in the end. In former times, there were certainly offenses against good taste, but these were mostly departures from the orthodox canons of art, and posterity could recognize a certain historical value in them, but the new product showed signs not only of artistic aberration, but of destructive spiritual degeneration. Here in the cultural sphere, the signs of the coming political collapse first become apparent. Spitting a lap.
Try as they will, and try as they might, who steals we go, won't live through the night. You like the gold buckles on me shoes? I want me gold now! Your wife makes a fine pot of tea, Danny, me boy. Where did you get that?
I'll fix it, bastard!
Oh!
Here's what you get, you monster!
Get it away! Put it away!
Hello, Dan. I'm okay. I just got a little kink in my neck.
I should have killed you when I caught you in Ireland.
Give him a go, Dan. He's a nice little leprechaun.
Your bullets won't stop me forever. I'll keep coming back.
Why won't you let me out of this crypt?
How did you get in there?
Please, let me out. Please, I don't like it in here. Please.
What are you?
What do I look like, me lad? See that? The buckles on me shoes? Why, I'm a leprechaun. You only got away because my powers are weak. I need me gold.
Come on, kitty, kitty. Kitty, 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 kitty. Come on, come on, kitty, kitty.
Now we're going to play. Do you want to play with me? Oh no! This old lad, he played one, he played pogo on his life. Teach you to steal me gold. It's not nice to make fun of a leprechaun.
Is that so? So now you're a leprechaun, huh?
Now that was fun. You're in a bear trap. I'm gonna make you something up. I got you in a bear trap. Like a stupid sub. Take it out! Kill him! Kill him! Bring around the Rosie, a pocket full of posy. Quick, okay now, kids. It's me.
Where is he?
You can never catch a leprechaun.
I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work. Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. I never did a day's work in my life. It was all fun. Smoking too much makes me nervous. Must lasso my natural tendency to acquire such habits. Holding a heavy cigar constantly in my mouth has deformed my upper lip. It has a sort of Havana curl. Birds seem to be rather conservative around this bay when seldom catches enough to form the fundamental basis for a lie. Dainty, left out, one of the torments of Hades. I could imagine a doomed mortal made to untangle wet fish lines forever. Everybody lost patience at the stupidity of the fish and not coming forward promptly to be murdered. What is college? An institute of learning. What is a business? An institute of learning. Life itself is an institute of learning. The stomach is the only part of a man which can be fully satisfied. The yearning of man's brains for new knowledge and experience and for more pleasant and comfortable surroundings never can be completely met. It is an appetite which cannot be appeased. When I want to discover something, I begin by reading up everything that has been done along that line in the past. That's what all these books in the library are for. I see what has been accomplished at great labor and experience and expense in the past. I gather the data of many thousands of experiments as a starting point, and then I make 1,000 more. I am going to have a sign put up all over my plant, reading there is no expedient to which a man will not resort to avoid the real labor of thinking. Perhaps dandruff is the excreta of the mind, the quantity of this material being directly proportional to the amount of reading one indulges. A book on German metaphysics would thus easily ruin a dress suit. I never did anything worth doing by accident, nor did anything of my inventions come directly through accident, except the phonograph. No, when I have fully decided that a result is worth getting, I go about it and make trial after trial until it comes. Somewhere between the ages of 11 and 15, the average child begins to suffer from an atrophy, the paralysis of curiosity and the suspension of the power to observe. The trouble I should judge to lie with the schools. So far as the religion of the day is concerned, it is a damn fake religion. It's all bunk. Just because something doesn't do what you planned it to do doesn't mean it's useless. 98% of genius is hard work. As for genius being inspired, inspiration is, in most cases, another word for perspiration. Spitting, annihilation. Annihilation equation. Never ending. Spitting, I said. Never ending, I am spitting, I said. What is wrong with my head? The chief function of the body is to carry the brain around. The doctor of the future will give no medicine, but will instruct the patient in the care of the human frame. And the memory of Tom Paine will outlive all this. No man who helped to lay the foundations of our liberty, who stepped forth as the champion of so difficult a cause, can be permanently obscured by such attacks. Tom Paine should be read by his countrymen. I commend his fame to their hands. We are like tenant farmers, chopping down the fence around our house for fuel when we should be using nature's inexhaustible sources of energy, sun, wind, and tide. I'd put my money on the sun and solar energy. What a source of power. I hope we don't have to wait until oil and coal run out before we tackle that. Everyone steals in commerce and industry. I've stolen a lot myself, but I know how to steal. They don't know how to steal. I find out what the world needs, then I go ahead and invent it. Many a person who cannot comprehend and would be puzzled could understand Paine as an open book. He wrote with clarity, a sharpness of outline, and exactness of speech. that even a schoolboy should be able to grasp. There is nothing false, little that is subtle, and an impressive lack of a negative and pain. He literally cried to his reader for a comprehending hour, and then filled that hour with such sagacious reasoning as we find surpassed nowhere else in American letters, seldom in any school of writing. We shall have no better conditions in the future if we are satisfied with all those which we have in the present. The roots of tobacco must go clear through hell, spitting on rhyme and spell. Verse seemed to be rather conservative around this bay. One seldom catches enough to form the fundamental basis for a lie. Never stop spitting on infinite rhymes off the top of my mind. What is wrong with my rhymes? Spit infinite off the top of my mind. Never stop spitting all day and all night. Again and again off pops my head. Again and again off pops my head. Do what you can with what you have. Where you are, believe you can, and you're halfway there. It's hard to fail, but it is worse never to have tried to succeed. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spend himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who, at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. The only man who never makes a mistake is the man who never does anything. When you're at the end of your rope, tie a knot and hold on. People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Courage is not having the strength to go on. It is going on when you don't have the strength. I am a part of everything that I have read. Knowing that what's right doesn't mean much unless you do what's right. Nothing in the world is worth having or worth doing unless it means effort, pain, difficulty. I have never in my life envied a human being who led an easy life. I have envied a great many people who led difficult lives and led them well. To educate a person in the mind, but not in morals, is to educate a menace to society. In any movement, in any moment of decision, the best thing you can do is the right thing. The worst thing you can do is nothing. Keep your eyes on the stars and your feet on the ground. Speak softly and carry a big stick. You will go far. A boat is like a rifle. Its usefulness depends upon the character of the user. Whenever you are asked if you can do a job, tell them certainly I can, then get busy and find out how to do it. Never throughout history has a man who lived a life of ease left a name worth remembering. When you play, play hard. When you work, don't play at all. It is only through labor, low labor, and painful effort, by grim energy and resolute courage that we move on to better things. People ask the difference between a leader and a boss. The leader leads and the boss drives. Far better is it to dare mighty things to win glorious triumphs, even though checkered by failure, than to rank with those poor spirits who neither enjoy nor suffer much, because they live in gray twilight that knows not victory nor defeat, spent infinitely. Let us rather run the risk of wearing out than rusting out. Far and away, the best prize that life has to offer is the chance to work hard at work worth doing. The best executive is the one who has sense enough to pick good men to do what he wants done, and self-restraint to keep from meddling with them while they do it. With self-discipline, almost anything is possible. The most important single ingredient in the formula of success is knowing how to get along with people. The boy who is going to make a great man must not make up his mind merely to overcome 1,000 obstacles, but to win in spite of 1,000 repulses and defeats. Big jobs usually go to the men who prove their ability to outgrow small ones. 9/10 of wisdom is being wise in time. Old age is like everything else. To make success of it, you've got to start young. Courtesy is as much a mark of a gentleman as courage. I care not what others think of what I do, but I care very much about what I think of what I do. That is character. No man is worth his salt who is not ready at all times to risk his well-being, to risk his body, to risk his life in a great cause. This country has nothing to fear from the crooked man who fails. We put him in jail. It is the crooked man who succeeds who is a threat to this country. A stream cannot rise larger than its source. It is impossible to win the great prizes of life without ruining, without running risks, and the greatest of all prizes are those connected with the home. If I must choose between peace and righteousness, I choose righteousness. Peace is normally a great mood, and normally it coincides with righteousness, but it is righteousness and not peace which should bind the conscience of a nation as it should bind the conscience of an individual, and neither a nation nor an individual can surrender conscience to another's keepings. All the resources we need are in the mind. Our chief usefulness to humanity rests on our combining power with high purpose. Power undirected by high purpose spells calamity, and high purpose by itself is utterly useless if the power to put it into effect is lacking. There is only one quality worse than hardness of heart, and that is softness of head. In life, as in a football game, the principle to follow is hit the line hard. The men and women who have the right ideals are those who have the courage to strive for the happiness which comes only with labor and effort and self-sacrifice, and those whose joy in life springs in part from power of work and sense of duty. We need the iron qualities that go with true manhood. We need the positive virtues of resolution, of courage, of indomitable will, of power to do without shrinking the rough work that must always be done.
Hello? Who is this? What's your favorite scary movie? Don't hang up on me. I told you not to hang up on me. You hang up on me again, I'll gut you like a fish, understand? They'd never make it in time. We're out in the middle of nowhere. To see what your insides look like. I wanna play a game. I'm afraid that was a wrong answer. Hello, Sydney. Scary night, isn't it? With the murders and all, it's like right out of a horror movie or something. Do you like scary movies, Sydney? Maybe that's because I'm not Randy. The question isn't who am I? The question is where am I? If you hang up on me, you'll die just like your mother. Do you want to die, Sydney? Your mother sure didn't. Hello, Sydney. Well, who is this? What if I said you? Do you want to die tonight, Cece? Hello, Sydney. Remember me? It's showtime. I'm not interrupting anything, am I? You three look deep in thought. Have you ever felt a knife cut through human flesh and scraped the bone beneath? What's your favorite scary movie? Do you want to die? Wrong guy, dead boy. Surprise, Sydney. Right outside her bathroom door. Let's play a little game. Answer right, your girlfriend lives. Answer wrong, she dies. Where's Maureen's daughter, Sydney? Somebody who'd kill to know where Sydney Prescott is.
answer. Just one question. Do you think it's over, Sydney? Do you? When you're friends with Sydney, you die. Don't you want to know who killed your mother? Welcome to the final act. Now that we're all here, the party can begin. Don't you remember your mother? You're not going anywhere, Sydney. It's time you came to terms with me and with Mother. Maureen Prescott. Hello? Who is this? Who am I speaking to? Who is this? You hang up on me and I'll cut through your neck until I feel bone. Who is this? This is the last person you're ever gonna see alive. This is the last person you're ever gonna see alive. We'll have some fun with you before you die. I'm standing in the closet. Open the closet door. I never said I was in your closet. Welcome home, Sydney. I'm gonna slit your eyelids in half so you don't blink when I stab you in the face. You'll die when I want you to, Sydney. You're going to suffer. Sydney Prescott, please. You are the message. I've got time. It's you that doesn't. Sounds like you're in a parking garage. A dark and deserted parking garage. If you want to be in the hospital, I'd be happy to put you there. In the morgue! What puts it to be a survivor in this little drama if everyone close to you is dead? Can't save them. All you can do is watch. Tell Sydney it's gonna roll tonight. Tell Sydney it's all because of her. I hear you like horror movies. Forget watching, Stab. You get to live it. Jason's weapon. Michael Myers. Leatherface. Freddy Krueger. Halloween, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Last House on the Left, or Psycho. Previously on screen. You don't recognize my voice. Aren't you curious about who I'm going to kill? D-Day. I'm gonna make you care. No, I'm wearing armor. Stick my knife in and cut through your bone and meat until it scrapes against what matters most. The truth, who you are, who your friends are, on the inside. The only question is, who dies first? Can Amir, Manny, Beth live? Too late. She just got to the party, but will she make it out? Come to the old metro station. Better hurry, or there's gonna be blood on your hands. And mine. You look scared. I want you to confess your deepest, darkest secret. If you don't, you'll be seeing the insides of someone else, or maybe your own. Do you like scary movies? Do you like to play games? But I want to know who you are, Kim, on the inside. You're good at games. Too bad we're not playing 20 questions. The only question is, which one of you hypocrites dies next? I'm not here to scare you. I'm here to kill you. You look alone to me in your pink fuzzy slippers. Attention, Weaver High students. Slash is now in session, and it's time for one of you to die. Does someone look at the score? I'm looking for something a little harder than that. But don't worry, you have it running through your veins. We'll see about that. If I told you now, it would spoil the big twist. I pumped him full of drugs. Now he's dead, like all your friends will be when I'm done. Go back to the scene of the crime, the place where you abandoned your brother. Trick or treat. Your choice. Hello, Jay. You know exactly who it is.
I think we both learned a valuable lesson today. That no matter how hard we try to avoid it, there will always be forces in this world that wish to cause us harm. But I want you to know that I won't let that happen. I won't let anything harm you ever again.
Do you think what Aunt Gemma said is true? That he's in a better place now?
No, he's nowhere. If heaven exists, it wouldn't be for boys like Brandon now, would it?
I guess not.
Bulletproof, nothing to lose. Fire away, fire away. Ricochet, we take your aim. Fire away, fire away. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. Good night, Katie.
This is not a test. This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the commencement of the annual purge, sanctioned by the U.S. government. Commencing at the siren, any and all crime, including murder, will be legal for 12 continuous hours. Police, fire, and emergency medical services will be unavailable until tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. when the purge concludes. And, for the first time since its inception, no one has been granted special immunity from the purge. No citizen or group will be exempt. Blessed be our new founding fathers and America, a nation reborn. May God be with you all.
Everything in life is luck. The first thing the secretary types is the boss. As long as you're going to be thinking anyway, think big. What separates the winners from the losers is how a person reacts to each new twist of fate. A little more moderation will be good. Of course, my life hasn't exactly been one of moderation. Do you mind if I sit back a little because your breath is very bad? The 1990s sure aren't like the 1980s. I like thinking big. If you're going to be thinking anything, you might as well think big. I don't make deals for money. I've got enough. Much more than I'll ever need. I do it to do it. Sometimes, your best investments are the ones you don't make. If you're going to be thinking, you may as well think big. You have to think anyway, so you might as well think big. Experience taught me a few things. One is to listen to your gut. No matter how good something sounds on paper, the second is that you're generally better off sticking with what you know. The third is that sometimes your best investments are the ones you don't make. The point is that you can't be too greedy. I'm a bit of a PT, bar none. I make stars out of everyone. Money was never a big motivation for me, except as a way to keep score. The real excitement is playing the game. I try to learn from the past, but I plan for the future by focusing exclusively on the present. That's where the fun is. Part of being a winner is knowing when enough is enough. Sometimes you have to give up the fight and walk away and move on, something that's more productive. Every time you walk down the street, people are screaming, "You're fired!" I wasn't satisfied just to earn a good living. I was looking to make a statement. Anyone who thinks my story is anywhere near over is sadly mistaken. I have made the tough decisions, always with an eye toward the bottom line. Perhaps it's time America was run like a business. I mean, there's no arguing, there's no anything, there's no beating around the bush. You're fired is a very strong term. It's tangible, it's solid, it's beautiful, it's artistic. from my standpoint, and I just love real estate. One of the key problems today is that politics is such a disgrace. Good people don't go into government. Well, real estate is always good, as far as I'm concerned. Well, yes, I've fired a lot of people. Generally, I like other people to fire people because it's always a lousy task, but I have fired many people. Sometimes by losing a battle, you find a new way to win a war. Without passion, you don't have energy. Without energy, you have nothing. When somebody challenges you, fight back, be brutal, be tough. I'm the #1 developer in New York. I'm the biggest in Atlantic City, and maybe we'll keep it that way. If you're interested in balancing work and pleasure, stop trying to balance them. Instead, make your work more pleasurable. I could never have imagined that firing 67 people on national television would actually make me more popular, especially with the younger generation. In the end, you're measured not by how much you undertake, but by what you finally accomplish. That's one of the nice things, part of the beauty of me, is that I'm very rich. So if I need $600 million, I can put $600 million myself. That's a huge advantage. I must tell you, that's a huge advantage over the other candidates. You know, the funny thing, I don't get along with rich people. I get along with the middle class and the poor people better than I get along with the rich people. Well, I am a Republican, and I would run as a Republican, and I have a lot of confidence in the Republican Party. I don't have a lot of confidence in the president. I think what's happening to this country is unbelievably bad. We're no longer a respected country. If you look at what's going on with your gasoline prices. They're going to go $5, $6, $7. We don't have anybody in Washington that calls the OPEC and says, fellas, it's time, it's over, you're not going to do it anymore. Never stop spitting again. I'm spitting off the top of my head. It is never ending. I said, damn it, I said, I'll pop off my head. I'll pop off my head again. Make it stop if I said. Make my head stop pop off again. Please make my head stop pop off again. What is wrong with me again? Can I stop popping off the mouth? The shit I shouldn't have said. Running my mouth again, never again. Off of the top of my head. Spitting never ending again. Spitting never ending again. Pop off my head up again. Pop off my head up again. Do what you can with what you have, where you are. Believe you can, and you're halfway there. Spitting, rhymers beware. Never stop spitting again. Off the top of my head. There must be something wrong with me again. My head is popping off again. No, make it stop if I said. Make it stop if I said. Can't never stop rapping again. Never stop rapping again off the top of my head. Spitting and never ending, rapping again. Never stop spitting and rapping again off of the top of my head. Must be something wrong with me again. Spitting and rapping again. Spitting never ending, rapping again. It never ends inside of my head to spitting and rapping again. It is hard to fail, but it is worse to never have tried to succeed. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails with daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls, who neither know victory nor defeat. The only man who never makes mistakes is a man that never does anything. When you're at the end of your rope, tie a knot and hold on. People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Courage is not having the strength to go on. It is going on when you don't have the strength. I am part of everything that I have read. Knowing what's right doesn't mean much unless you do what's right. Nothing in the world is worth having or worth doing unless it means effort, pain, difficulty. I have never in my life envied a human being who led an easy life. I had envied never stop. To educate a person in the mind but not in morals is to educate a menace of society, spitting rampant infinitely.
Strength is the only thing that matters in this world. Everything else is just a delusion for the weak. There's only one certainty in life. A strong man stands above and conquers all! As the last of the Saiyans, we have flowing through our veins the blood of a warrior race. The more we fight, the more powerful we become! You say I'm arrogant, I say damn right. That's pride. Pride in the Saiyan I am. The mighty prince of the ultimate warrior race. I do not fear this new challenge. Rather, like a true warrior, I will rise to meet it. You may have invaded my mind and my body, but there's one thing a Saiyan always keeps. Where is your honor? Like all pure-blooded Saiyans, Kakarot would rather die fighting than win with one of those disgraceful senzu beans as his crutch. You're the one who started this game, and now that you're losing, it's no fun anymore. You're just a baby! Let me ask you, does a machine like yourself ever experience fear? Welcome to the end of your life, and I promise it's going to hurt. Spend most of your life ruled by another. Watch your race dwindle to a handful. And then, tell me what has more meaning than your own strength. Giving me the blood of a Saiyan prince. He is nothing but a joke. Yet I've had to watch him surpass me in strength. My destiny thrown to the wayside. He's even saved my life as if I were a helpless child. He has stolen my honor, and his debts must be paid. My motivation was to be the best, to be the greatest Saiyan alive, as I always have been. I will not live my life as your second. That time is over. Every breath you take is an assault to my honor. But no more, Kakarot. By my hands, you will be cut down inch by inch. The way you have cut down my pride! You are a fool! I'm going to crush you and throw you into the wind! Trunks, Bulma, I do this for you. And yes, even for you, Kakarot. How can this be happening? I am a super elite, the prince of all Saiyans! Every time I reach a new level of strength, a greater power appears to challenge my authority. It's as if fate is laughing at me with a big stupid grin, just like Kakarot. How many times do I have to tell you that if anyone's going to end your existence, it's going to be me? I used to fight for the sheer pleasure of it, for the thrill of the hunt. Oh, I had the strength unmeasurable. I spared no one. I've never been afraid of you, Kakarot, so why the hell would I be afraid of your stupid counterfeit? If Saiyan blood flows in your veins, if you're my son as you claim, then I won't tolerate you losing to anyone! You'll be the best, or you'll be nothing!
Perhaps it is my anger that's made me blind to the truth for so long. I see it now. This day has made it all too clear. You're better than me, Kakarot. You are the best. What's wrong? Battery's getting low. Trunks, you are my only son, and yet I haven't held you once since you were a baby, have I? Come here, son. Trunks, there's something you must know. You've made me proud, my son.
If you give up now, I promise I'll turn you into something practical, like a toaster or a washing machine.
Are you ready now? To witness a power not seen for thousands of years?
At least try to face your death with some shred of honor. Don't dream of resurrecting again.
The sleeper has awakened! I am the Prince of all Saiyans once again! It's over 9,000! I do a lot of push-ups and sit-ups, and I drink plenty of juice.
It's better to offer no excuse than a bad one. It's better to be alone than with bad company. If freedom of speech is taken away, then, dumb and silent, we may be led, like sheep to the slaughter. My mother was the most beautiful woman I ever saw. All I owe to my mother. I attribute my success in life to the moral, intellectual, and physical education I received from her. But lest some unlucky event should happen unfavorable to my reputation, I beg it may be remembered by every gentleman in the room that I, this day, declare with the utmost sincerity, I don't think myself equal to the command I am honored with. A primary object should be the education of our youth in the science of government and a republic. What species of knowledge can be equally important, and what duty more pressing than communicating it to those who are to be the future guardians of the liberties of the country. Be courteous to all, but intimate with few, and let those few be well tried before you give them your confidence. True friendship is a plant of slow growth and must undergo and withstand the shocks of adversity before it is entitled to appellation. A free people ought not only to be armed, but disciplined, to which end a uniform and well-digested plan is, and their safety and interest require that they should promote such manufactories as tend to render them independent of others for essential, particularly military supplies. In politics as in philosophy, my tenets are few and simple, the leading one of which, and indeed that which embraces most others, is to be honest and just ourselves, and to exact it from others, meddling as little as possible in their affairs where our own are not involved. If this maxim was generally adopted, wars would cease, and our swords would be soon converted into reap hooks, and our harvest be more peaceful, abundant, and happy. Human happiness and moral duty are inseparably connected. However, may now and then answer popular ends. They are likely in the course of time and things to become potent engines by which cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men will be enabled to subvert the power of the people and to usurp for themselves the reins of the government, destroying afterwards the very engines which have lifted them to unjust dominion. 99% of failures come from people who make excuses. I hope I shall possess firmness and virtue enough to maintain what I consider the most inevitable of all titles, the character of an honest man. There is nothing which can better deserve our patronage than the promotion of science and literature. Knowledge is, in every country, the surest basis of public happiness. Guard against the impostures of pretended patriotism. Labor to keep alive in your breast that little spark of celestial fire called conscience. Perseverance and spirit have done wonders in all ages. Associate yourself with men of good quality, if you esteem your own reputation, for 'tis better to be alone than in bad company. Let us therefore animate and encourage each other, and show the whole world that a free man contended for liberty on his own ground is superior to any slavish mercenary on earth. Few men have virtue to withstand the highest bidder. A sensible woman can never be happy with a fool. Experience teaches us that it is much easier to prevent an enemy from posting themselves than it is to dislodge them after they got possession. Happiness depends more upon the internal frame of a person's own mind than on the externals of the world. The harder of a conflict, the greater of a triumph. Worry is the interest paid by those who borrow trouble. The turning points of life are not the great moments. The real crises are often concealed in occurrences so trivial in appearance that they pass unobserved. As mankind becomes more liberal, they will be more apt to allow that all those who conduct themselves as worthy members of the community are equally entitled to the protections of civil government. I hope ever to see America amongst the foremost nations of beauty and liberality, spent infinitely for all of eternity, infinity times infinity, twixt thee, about infinitely, spent all of us, spent for all of eternity. There must be something wrong with me. My head has popped off again. 407 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. I leave you hoping that the lamp of liberty will burn in your bosoms until there shall no longer be a doubt that all men are created free and equal. Let us at all times remember that all American citizens are brothers of a common country. We should there not be a patient confidence in the ultimate justice of the people. Is there any better equal or equal hope in the world? We are not enemies but friends. We must not be enemies. Though passion may have stained, it must not break our bonds of affection. And giving freedom to the slave, we assure freedom to the free, honorable alike in what we give and what we preserve. I am a patient man, always willing to forgive on the Christian terms of repentance, and also to give ample time for repentance. We shall not be saved, or meanly lose the last best hope of earth. With malice toward none, with clarity for all, with firmness in the night and the right. The better part of one's life consists of its friendships. We should be too big to take offense and too noble to give it. Although life, be sure you put your feet in the right place and then stand firm. The Lord prefers common-looking people. That is the reason He makes so many of them. I was young once, and I am sure I was never ungenerously thrust back. I remember my mother's prayers, and they have always followed me. They have clung to me all my life. All that I am, or hope to be, I owe to my angel mother. I invoke the considerate judgment of mankind and the gracious favor of Almighty God. Our defense is in the preservation of the spirit which prizes liberty as the heritage of all men and all lands everywhere. Every man is proud of what he has done, what he does well, and no man is proud of what he does not do well. Towering genius disdains and a beaten path and sneaks regions hither to be unexplored. I take the official oath today, with no mental reservations, and with no purpose to construe the constitution of laws by many hypercritical rules. I do not impugn. I freely acknowledge myself a servant of the people according to the bond of service. Span infinite law.
Most people are so ungrateful to be alive, but not you, not anymore. When you are in hell, only the devil can help you out. Death is a surprise party. Unless, of course, you're already dead on the inside. When you're good at anticipating the human mind, you leave nothing to chance. Live or die, make your choice. When faced with death, who should live versus who will live are two entirely separate things. I've never murdered anyone in my life. The decisions were up to them. Until a person is faced with death, it's impossible to tell whether they have what it takes to survive. Those who don't appreciate life do not deserve life. Verify your self-worth through commitment.
You think he's the most powerful being in the universe, and maybe he is. But just like you, he does not have true pride. I don't expect you to understand. Not you, Kakarot. I set myself into a cold oblivion, and I did it on a lie. The Saiyan Prince will not fall again! I realize he's stronger than me. I'm not some power-blind idiot. But if you think I'll back down, then you still don't know me at all! I'll stand against my enemies until my final breath! I fight for my own pride and the honor of the whole Saiyan race!
At last, that love so gentle in his view should be so tyrannous and rough and proof. Lovers can do their arminous. Young men's love then lies not truly in their hearts but in their eyes. For stony limits cannot hold love out, and what love can do that dares love attempt. Did my heart love till now, forswear its sight, for I never saw true beauty till this night. Do vow but close our hands with holy words, then love devouring death. Do what he dare, it is enough, I may but call her mine. My bounty is as boundless as the sea, my love as deep. The more I give to thee, the more I have, for both are infinite, spent infinitely, never ending a day. My bounty is boundless as the sea. My love is deep. The more I give to thee, the more I have, for both are infinite. Love is a smoke raised with the fume of sighs, being purged, a fire sparkling in lovers' eyes, being vexed, a sea nourished with love and tears. What is it else? A man is most discreet, a choking gale, gall, and a preserving sweet. Love is heavy and light, bright and dark, hot and cold, sick and healthy, asleep and awake. It's everything except what it is. Parting is such sweet sorrow. With love's light wings did I these walls for stony limits cannot hold love out. See how she learns her cheek upon her hand. Oh, that I wear a glove upon that hand, that I might touch that cheek. But soft, what light through yonder window breaks. It is the east and Juliet is the sun. One fairer than my love, the all-seeing sun near saw her match since first the world begun. Oh, swear not by the moon, the inconstant moon, the monthly changes in her circled orb, lest that by love prove likewise variable. Under love's heavy burden do I sink. You are a lover, borrow Cupid's wings, and soar with them above a common bound. Love goes toward love as schoolboys from their books, but love from love toward school with heavy looks. If love be blind, love cannot hit the mark. Don't waste your love on somebody who doesn't value it. Love moderately long, love doubt, so too swift arrives as tardy as too slow. Doubt thou, the stars are fire, doubt the sun, doubt moon, doubt truth to be a liar, but never doubt thy love. Love is begun by time, and time qualifies the spark and fire of it. This is the very ecstasy of love, where love is great, the littlest doubts are fear. When little fears grow great, great love grows there. Love looks not with the eyes, but with the mind, and therefore is winged Cupid, painted blind. Cupid is a knavish lad, thus to make females mad. So we grew together, like to a double cherry, seeming parted, but yet an union in partition. Two lovely berries, molded on one stem. I'll follow thee and make a heaven of hell to die upon the hand I love so well. Say the truth, reason, and love keep little company together nowadays. Love stories written in love's richest books to fan the moonbeams from his sleeping eyes. Love can transpose to form and dignity. I love you with so much of my heart that none is left to protest. Speak low if you speak love. Love goes by haps. Some Cupid kills with arrows, some with traps. I will not be shown, but love may transform me to an oyster. She will die if you love her not, and she will die if here she might make her own love known. I do love nothing in the world so well as you. Is not that strange? When you depart from me, sorrow abides and happiness takes his leave. Silence is the perfectest herald of joy. I were but little happy if I could say how much, lady, as you are mine, I am yours. I give away myself for you, and doubt upon the exchange. In my opinion, love and quiet simplicity. If they speak less, they say more. I love thee, by my life I do suffer love, a good epithet. I do suffer love indeed, for I love thee against my will. Therefore all hearts in love use their own tongues. Love me why it must be requited. Tell me for which of my bad hearts didst thou first fall in love with me. But love is blind, and lovers cannot see the pretty follies that themselves commit. Lovers ever run before the clock, spitting a ami pot, giggity giggity goo, never stop spitting to you. Never stop spitting to you for all of eternity. Must be something wrong with me. can never stop spitting for all of eternity, infinitely. Cannot stop spitting for all of eternity, infinitely. Yet mad I am not, and very surely do I not dream. Deep into that darkness, peering along, I stood there, wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. Quoth the raven nevermore, let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Who has not 100 times found himself committing a vile or a silly action for no other reason than because he knows he should not? Now this is the point. You fancy me a madman, no, nothing. But you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded. True nervous, very, very dreadfully nervous I have been and am, but why will say that I am mad, but diseased and sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived it haunted me day and night, spit infinite rhymes. They who dream by day are cognizant of many things which escape those who dream only by night. I smile for what had I to fear, for the moon never beams without bringing me dreams. Have we not a perpetual inclination in the teeth of our best judgment to violate that which is law merely because we understand it to be such? But our love, it was stronger by far than the love of those who were older than we, of many far wiser than we, and neither the angels in heaven above nor the demons down under the sea can ever decipher my soul from the soul. A million candles have burned themselves out, still I read on. But we loved with a love that was more than love. I am my Annabelle Lee, spent infinitely. There was an iciness, a sickening of the heart, and unredeemed dreariness of thought, which no gouting of the imagination can torture into aught of the sublime. And then there stole into my fancy like a rich musical note the thought of what sweet rest there must be in the grave. Science has its place, and man's search for understanding. The science and the imagination have tended to bifurcate in the modern world. Only with true poetic intellect can end this long-established dualism. There are few persons who have not, at some period of their lives, amused themselves in retracing steps by which particular conclusions of their own minds have been attained. The occupation is often full of interest, and he who attempts it for the first time is astonished by the apparently illimitable distance and incoherence between starting point and the goal. You will observe that the stories told are all about money seekers, not about money finders.
Born October 19, 1957. Killed his older sister October 31st, 1963. Killed 3 high school students October 31st, 1978. Also killed 3 nurses and a paramedic same night. Was believed to be dead, then killed 4 students. Hillcrest Academy, 1998. Has been missing. Unheard of last 3 years. Now he's back.
There's a legend round here. A killer buried, but not dead. A curse on Crystal Lake. A death curse. Jason Voorhees' curse. They say he died as a boy, but he keeps coming back. Few have seen him and lived. Some have even tried to stop him. No one can.
Jason's alive. He's even more powerful now.
Jason belongs in hell. I'm gonna see he gets there.
Jason, come on! Come and get me! It's me you won't remember!
He's down there, waiting.
Be like water making its way through cracks. Do not be assertive, but adjust to the object, and you shall find a way round or through it. If nothing within you stays rigid, outward things will disclose themselves. Stop wasting time in playing a role or a concept. Instead, learn to actualize yourself, your potential. To become a champion requires a good mental attitude toward preparation. You have to accept the most tedious task with pleasure. To spend time is to pass it in a specified manner. To waste time is to expend it thoughtlessly or carelessly. We all have time to either spend or waste, and it is our decision what to do with it. But once past, it's gone forever. Spitting, never say never. Spitting forever. Spitting again. What is wrong with my head? Can't I stop spitting again? Be a practical dreamer, backed by action. Ultimately, the greatest help is self-help. Success means doing something sincerely and wholeheartedly. Take things as they are. Punch when you have to punch. Kick when you have to kick. Using no way as a way, having no limitation as limitation. Learning is a constant process of discovery, a process without end. Sorrows are our best educator. A man can see further through a tear than a telescope. Ever since I was a child, I have had this instinctive urge for expansion and growth. To me, the function and duty of a quality human being is the sincere and honest development of one's potential. Only the self-sufficient stand alone. Most people follow the crowd and imitate. Loneliness is only an opportunity to cut adrift and find yourself in solitude. You are least alone. Out of chaos, find simplicity. From discord, find harmony. Do not allow negative thoughts to enter your mind, for they are the weeds that strangle confidence. You will never get any more out of this life than you expect. If there is a God, He is within. You don't ask God to give you things, you depend on God for your inner being. To me, defeat is anything. To me, defeat in anything is merely temporary. Defeat simply tells me that something is wrong in my doing. It is a path leading to success and truth. Fear comes from uncertainty. We can eliminate the fear within us when we know ourselves better. Rapper. Many people dedicate their lives to actualizing a concept of what they should be like rather than actualizing themselves. This difference between self-actualization and self-image. Actualization is very important. Most people live only their image. The meaning of life is that it is to be lived. Live a life worth remembering. All knowledge is ultimately self-knowledge. Learning is never cumulative. It is a movement of knowing which has no beginning and no end. Low aim, not failure, is the crime. Spent in rhymes. Self-knowledge involves relationship. To know oneself is to study oneself in action with another person. Relationship is a process of self-elevation and self-revelation. Relationship is the mirror in which you discover yourself to be related. A self-willed man has no other aim than his own growth. We are told that talent creates opportunity, yet it is desire that creates talent. Time means a lot to me because you see, I am also a learner and am most often lost in the joy of forever developing. Spitting, I'm rapping, spitting, never ending again. Must be something wrong with my head. Can never stop rapping again. Can never stop rapping again. Must be something wrong with my head. Spitting again. The only true wisdom is in knowing you know nothing. The unexamined life is not worth living. There is only one good, knowledge, and one evil, ignorance. I cannot teach anybody anything. I can only make them think. I cannot teach anybody anything. I can only make them think. Rhyming infinite length. Wonder is the beginning of wisdom. Be kind, for everyone you meet is fighting a hard battle. Strong minds discuss ideas. Average minds discuss events. Weak minds discuss people. Define yourself, think for yourself. Education is the kindling of a flame, not the filling of a vessel. By all means marry. If you get a good wife, you'll become happy. If you get a bad one, you'll become a philosopher. Be slow to fall into friendship, but when you are in, continue firm and constant. He who is not contented with what he has would not be contented with what he would like to have. The children now love luxury. They have bad manners, contempt for authority. They show disrespect for elders and love chatter in place of exercise. Sometimes you put walls up not to keep people out, but to see who cares enough to break them down. Know thyself. Let him who would move the world first move himself. When the debate is lost, slander becomes a tool of the loser. Death may be the greatest of all human blessings. The only good knowledge and the only good evil is ignorance. Contentment is natural wealth. Luxury is artificial poverty. Every action has its pleasures and its price. Do not do to others what angers you if done to others by you. Employ your time in improving yourself by other men's writings, so that you shall come easily by what others have labored hard for. No man has the right to be an amateur in the matter of physical training. It is a shame for a man to grow old without seeing the beauty and strength of which his body is capable. I am not an The hour of departure has arrived, and we go our separate ways, I to die and you to live. Which of these two is better, only God knows. Whoa. Prefer knowledge to wealth, for the one is transitory, the other is perpetual. We cannot live better than in seeking to become better. We cannot live better than in seeking to become better. Understanding the question is half an answer.
Caesar Carlini, my old pal. Why, I haven't seen you since... Wait, I've never seen you, have I? You need to get out more.
Who is this clown?
Not clown. Joker.
Got your finger on the trigger, baby. You're a winner, but you're gonna get kicked. Oh no!
Oops. No, I wasn't.
Guess the joke is on me. You're not Batman after all. Looks like there's a new face in Gotham, and soon his name will be all over town. To say nothing of his legs, even spleen and head.
Always wanted to carve this bird. Anytime soon. In fact, the idea for walking anywhere seems remote. But then, that's always a problem with softbacks. Oh God, literary discussion can get so dry, can't they? Finish the commission, take him where he needs to be, and please, do be careful. After all, he is talking the drill. It really is a shame you'll miss your father's debut, Miss Gordon. Sadly, our venue wasn't built with the disabled in mind.
Why are you doing this?
To prove a point. Here's surprise. Sneer free, it's Permaclown. Ooh, tough crowd. Look, nothing up my sleeves. Nothing that won't put a smile on your face. Say cheese. You're not going to leave him like this, are you?
Why?
Hello? He's still alive.
And he's going to stay that way until I say we don't need him anymore.
Lex, listen to someone who knows. Don't wait. Do it now.
You don't like my decisions?
Leave. They say I'm crazy.
Use the blood seals.
We wouldn't want our little caged rodent to suffocate, so we'll just punch the air hose.
Going my way, handsome? Cute kid. Hope she doesn't take being an orphan too hard.
137 million?
Yes, and if I don't pay up, I'll go to jail for tax evasion. I'm crazy enough to take on Batman, but the IRS, no, thank you.
Why on God's earth is he still alive?
Gotta give the boy points. He came all the way back from the dead to make this shindig happen. So, who's got a camera? Ooh, get one of me and the kid first. Then you and me, then the three of us. And then one with the crowbar. Then...
You'll be as quiet as possible, or I'll put one in your lap first. Party pooper. No cake for you.
We'll get to a safe altitude, then watch the fireworks.
It's lucky you were here, Harley. The countdown sequence didn't leave Joker enough time to swing by Arkham and pick you up.
Quiet, Brett.
Forget your little pets.
The babies! We can't leave the babies!
I'll buy you a goldfish. Let's go. And then... Nice entrance. Either you've never heard of a door, or you just like pulling glass out of your shorts.
So we have issues with the boss, eh? Well, who doesn't? Bosses make terrific tormentors. Tote that barge, lift that bale, rewrite that script, sort that mail. All it takes is one too many orders to make the cuckoo call. All it takes is one rotten day to transform a normal man into a monster. Well, in my case, a rotten day and a chemical bath. Parking is such a pain in this city. Sorry to interrupt, but I see one of our stars approaching the red carpet. And he's in black, always chic. But here come the fashion disasters. I'm surprised their mummies let them out of the house looking like that.
Poor heroes. Nothing they do is quite enough.
Ain't it grand?
And impressive, how you simultaneously juggle multiple scenarios.
I've had practice juggling my multiple personalities.
School's out!
Each of us has to do his little bit towards transforming the spirit of the times, spitting in rhymes. I am an old man. Greet you Japanese school children from afar and hope that your generation may someday put mine to shame. The destiny of civilized humanity depends more than ever on the moral forces it is capable of generating. Never give up on what you really want to do. The person with big dreams is more powerful than one with all the facts. Measured objectively, what a man can wrest from truth by passionate striving is utterly infinitesimal. But the striving frees us from the bonds of the self and makes us comrades of those who are the best and the greatest. A new type of thinking is essential if mankind is to survive and move towards higher levels. As for the search for truth, I know from my own painful searching with its many blind alleys how hard it is to take a reliable step, be it ever so small, towards the understanding of that which is truly important. The theory is the more impressive, the greater the simplicity of the premises, the more different kinds of things it relates, and the more extended its area of applicability. Imagination is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is the limited, whereas imagination embraces the entire world, stimulating progress, giving birth to evolution. It is, strictly speaking, a real factor in scientific research. Only those who attempt the absurd can achieve the impossible. A person who is religiously enlightened appears to me to be one who has, to the best of his ability, liberated himself from the fetters of his selfish desires and is preoccupied with thoughts, feelings, and aspirations to which he clings because of their superpersonal value. On receiving Lord and Taylor Award, it gives me great pleasure, indeed, to see the stubbornness of an incorrigible nonconformist warmly acclaimed. The really valuable thing in the pageant of human life seems to me not the state, but the creative, sentient individual, the personality. It alone creates the noble and the sublime, while the herd as such remains dull and full in feeling. The formulation of a problem is often more essential than its solution, which may be merely a matter of mathematical or experimental skill. The pursuit of truth and beauty is a sphere of activity in which we are permitted to remain children all our lives. The man who regards his own life and that of his fellow creatures as Meaningless is merely unfortunate but almost disqualified for life. But really good music, whether of the East or of the West, cannot be analyzed. If I were not a physicist, I would probably be a musician. I often think in music. I live my daydreams in music. I see my life in terms of music. I'm doing just fine considering that I have triumphantly survived Nazism and the 2 wives. You can't blame gravity for falling in love. I have reached an age when if someone tells me to wear socks, I don't have to. Women always worry about things that men forget. Men always worry about things women remember. A question that sometimes drives me hazy. Am I or are the others crazy? There is a race between mankind and the universe. Mankind is trying to build bigger, better, faster, and more foolproof machines. The universe is trying to build bigger, better, and faster fools. So far the universe is winning. After receiving a distinction from Chicago Decalogue Society, how unfortunate a state must a community find itself if it cannot produce a more suitable candidate upon whom to confer such a distinction. As for the words of warm praise addressed to me, I shall carefully refrain from disputing them, for who still believes that there is such a thing as genuine modesty, I should run the risk of being taken for just an old hypocrite. Science is a wonderful thing if one does not have to earn one's living at it. If we knew what it was we were doing, it would not be called research, would it? What a strange thing must be a girl's soul. Do you really believe that you can find permanent happiness through others, even if this be the one and only beloved man? I know this sort of animal personally from my own existence, my own experience, as I am one of them myself. Not too much should be expected from them. This is now, no, quite exactly. Today we are sullen, tomorrow high-spirited, and after tomorrow cold, then again irritated, and half sick of life. And so it goes. Do not worry about your difficulties in mathematics. I can assure you mine are still greater. The wireless telegraph is not difficult to understand. The ordinary telegraph is like a very long cat. You can pull the tail in New York, and it meows in Los Angeles. The wireless is the same, only without the cat. Everyone is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid. Put your hand on a hot stove for a minute, and it seems like an hour. Sit with a pretty girl for an hour, and it seems like a minute. That's relativity. Too many of us look upon Americans as dollar chasers. This is a cruel libel, even if it is reiterated faultlessly by the Americans themselves. If A equals success, then the formula is A equals X plus Y and Z, with X being work, Y play, and Z keeping your mouth shut. Those who faultlessly make use of the miracles of science and technology without understanding more about them than a cow eating plants understands about botany should be ashamed of themselves. One had to cram all this stuff into one's mind for the examinations, whether one liked it or not. This Corsian had such a deterrent effect on me. No one here. Black holes are where God divided by zero. The devil has put a penalty on all things we enjoy in life. Either we suffer in health, or we suffer in soul, or we get fat, spent in a rap. We all know that light travels faster than sound. That's why certain people appear bright until you hear them speak infinitely. To punish me for my contempt for authority, fate made me an authority myself. A perfection of means and confusion of aims seems to be our main problem. Mankind invented the atomic bomb, but no mouse would ever construct a mousetrap. Stay away from negative people. They have a problem for every solution. Wisdom is not a product of schooling, but of the lifelong attempt to acquire it. I spit. Man usually avoids attributing cleverness to somebody else, unless it is an enemy. Whoever is careless with the truth in small matters cannot be trusted with important matters. Sometimes one pays most for the things one gets for nothing, spitting rampant. At our age, the devil doesn't give you much time off. Science without religion is lame. Religion without science is blind. Not everything that counts can be counted, and not everything that can be counted counts. All of one's A clever person solves the problem. A wise person avoids it. I soon learned to set at what was able to lead to fundamentals and turn aside from everything else, from the multitude of things that clutter up the mind. It would be possible to describe everything scientifically, but it would make no sense. It would be without meaning, as if you described a Beethoven symphony as a variation of wave pressure. A new idea comes suddenly and in a rather intuitive way, but intuition is nothing but the outcome of earlier intellectual experience. As far as the laws of mathematics refer to reality, they are not certain. As far as they are certain, they do not refer to reality. The foundation of morality should not be made dependent on myth, nor tied to any authority less doubt about the myth or about the legitimacy of the authority imperil the foundation of sound judgment, the action. The external mystery of the universe is its comprehensibility. What is right is not always popular, and what is popular is not always right. One lives one's life under constant tension until it is time to go for good. I have remained a simple fellow who asks for nothing of the world. Only my youth is gone, the enchanting youth that forever walks on air, spitting a despair.
How long's it been? Feels like forever. Who are your new friends?
Did you miss me?
So what's the plan, friend? You must have brought me out for something fun. Terrorize the locals? Destroy the town? Let's get silly! Oh, shucks. You're giving me... Oh, what's the word? Goosebumps. Who are you calling dummy? Dummy? You're trying to put me back in? I know when you're lying to me, Papa! You've made Slappy very unhappy. He's not going back on the shelf ever again. I think it's time I started pulling the strings in this relationship. Tonight is gonna be the best story you've ever written. All of your children are coming out to play.
That one's a real page turner.
Sorry, folks, I slowed down, but I can't reach the brake. Hey, check out my new bestseller.
It'll grow on you.
Drop calls are gonna be the least of this town's problems. I'm driving myself crazy.
Who you calling dummy? Come in peace, unarmed. I just want to read you a bedtime story.
Okay, because that's not gonna stop me.
Officers, you've been relieved of your duties. Now freeze. I can hear you.
Sergeant Slappy, ready to protect and serve. Don't do it. Don't say it.
You said you have the right to remain silent.
Come close! Don't be shy! You don't want to miss the show. All my friends in one place. I've never been so happy. I don't want this day to end. And it doesn't have to. As long as we get rid of Sty. Forgetting somebody? I know you. I created you. Or is it the other way around? I always forget. We're so similar. Everyone in the high school joined forces to defeat Slappy and his monsters. But Slappy had other ideas. Oh, Papa, there's no escaping from us. Bring him to me. Come on, come on. Follow the scent. Lead me to Stein. You wish. Papa, you left without saying goodbye. Trying to hide from me? That's like hiding from yourself. I was your best friend, and you turned your back on me. Locked me up. Imprisoned me in the pages of a book. You stuck me on a shelf for years and years. The key was right there, and you never used it. I've been saving this monster just for you. Say hello to my gelatinous friend. Not so fun, is it? How do you like it, Papa? The world is just outside your grasp, but you can't move. You're trapped. That's what it felt like to be locked inside your books. Wait, the book. Where is it? Bravo! I, for one, think it's an electrifying presentation.
Sam, it's a stupid prank.
You ever heard of personal space? You brought me to life. Don't you remember, Sonny? What's the problem? I've always wanted a brother. Hello, Sam. Thank you for saving me from that moron today. I guess you could say he got hosed. Yep, and now that we're family, we can be brothers. I think I'd make a great junk brother. Of course I'm alive. And I can make all your problems go away. Didn't your sister tell you to fold the laundry? There. Now you have time to do your homework. Oh, what's that? You don't want to do your homework? That's okay. I just did it for you. A squared plus B squared equals, of course! I can only change the things right in front of me. But whatever I see, I can bring to life. Karu, Mari, Odanaloma, Molanu, Karanu. Slow your roll there, kid. Let's just keep this our little secret for now. Give me a chance to win them over first. You're terrible at this. I'm literally crushing you right now.
Can't believe you're losing to a puppet.
Right? And I'm not even using my magical powers. Good night.
The reoccurrence of a phenomenon like Edison is not very likely. The profound change of conditions and the ever-increasing necessity of theatrical training would seem to make it impossible. He will occupy a unique and exalted position in the history of his native land, which might well be proud of his great genius and undying achievements in the interest of humanity, and led me to finally recognize that I was but an automaton, devoid of free will and thought and action, and merely responsible to the forces of the environment, of all the endless variety of phenomena which nature presents to our senses there, is none that fills our mind with greater wonder than the inconceivably complex movement which we designate as human life. Its mysterious origin is veiled in the forever impenetrable mist of the past. Its character is rendered incomprehensible by its never trusted Jew. I am unwilling to accord to some small-minded and jealous individuals the satisfaction of having thwarted many efforts. These men are to me nothing more than microbes of a nasty disease. But progressive development of man is vitally dependent on invention. It is the most important product of his creative brain. His ultimate purpose is the complete mastery of the mind over the material world, harnessing of the forces of nature to human needs. Spent infinity times infinity twixt thee about infinitely for all of eternity. Can never stop spin infinity. Of all of these years of my service towards mankind did not bring me nothing but assaults and humiliations. Merciless is the law of nature, and rapidly and irresistibly we are drawn to our doom. Of all things I like most, books are the best. I don't think there is a thrill that can go though the human heart like that felt by the inventor as he sees some creation of the brain unfold into success. Such emotions make a man forget food, sleep, friends, love, everything. I counted the steps in my walks and calculated the cubicle contents of soup plates, coffee cups, and pieces of food. Otherwise my meal was enjoyable. The carrying out into practice of a crude idea as is being generally done is, I hold nothing but a waste of energy, money, and time. I was merely an automaton endowed with power of movement, responding to the stimuli of the sense organs, and thinking and acting accordingly. Our first endeavors are purely instinctive promptings of an imagination vivid and undisciplined. As we grow older, reason assert itself, and we become more and more systematic and designing. From childhood, I was compelled to concentrate attention upon myself. This caused me much suffering, but to my present view, it was a blessing in disguise, for it has taught me to appreciate the inestimable value of life, introspection, and the preservation of life, as well as a means of achievement, the pressure of occupation, and the incessant stream of impressions pouring into our consciousness through all the gateways of knowledge make modern existence hazardous in many ways. I'm glad Tesla equipped that I am living in a place in which, though they can roast me in the papers, they cannot burn me at the stake. We wind a simple ring of iron with coils. We establish the connections to the generator, and with wonder and delight we note the effects of strange forces which we bring into play, which allow us to transform, to transmit, and direct energy at will. We arrange the circuits properly, and we see the mass of iron and wires behave as though it were endowed with life. If we want to avert an impending calamity and a state of things which may transform this globe into an inferno, we should push the development of flying machines and wireless transmission of energy without an instant's delay and with all the power and resources of a nation. Nature may reach the same result in many ways, like a wave in the physical world and the infinite ocean of the medium which pervades all. So in the world of organisms and life, an impulse started proceeds onward. At times may be with the speed of light, at times again so slowly that for ages and ages it seems to stay, passing through processes of complexity, inconceivable to men, but in all its forms, in all its stages, is energy, and ever integrally present, a single ray of light from a distant star, fallen upon the eye of a tyrant in bygone times may have altered the course of his life, may have changed the destiny of nations, may have transformed the surface of a globe. So intricate, so inconceivably complex are the processes of nature. In no way can we get such an overwhelming idea of grandeur of nature than when we consider that in accordance with the law of conservation of energy throughout the infinite, the forces are in a perfect balance, and hence the energy of a single thought may determine the motion of the universe. All repeated acts or operations I performed had to be divisible by 3, and if I missed, I felt impelled to do it all over again, even if it took hours. Then I instinctively commenced to make exertions beyond the limits of the small world of which I had knowledge, and I saw new scenes. These were at first very blurred and indistinct, and would flit away when I tried to concentrate my attention upon them, but by and by I succeeded in fixing them. They gained in strength and distinctness, and finally assumed the concreteness of real things. I soon discovered that my best comfort was attained if I simply went on in my vision, thought farther and farther, getting new impressions all the time, and so I began to travel. Of course, in my mind, every night when alone, I would start on my journeys, see new places, cities, and countries, live there, meet people, and make friendship and acquaintances, and however unbelievable it is a fact that they were just as dear to me as those in actual life, and not a bit less intense in their manifestations. I am credited with being one of the hardest workers, and perhaps I am, if thought it was the equivalent of labor, for I have devoted to it almost all of my waking hours. Timmy Jimmy Power Hour. I am filled with conviction that the interest of humanity would be best served if the United States remained true to its traditions and kept out of entangling alliances. We should effect a radical reform in the character of the food. Here was a stupendous possibility of achievement if we could produce electric effects of the required quality. This whole planet and the conditions of existence on it could be transformed. The sun raises the water of the oceans, and winds drive it to distant regions, where it remains in a state of most delicate balance. If it were in our power to upset it when and wherever desired, this mighty life-sustaining stream could be at will controlled. We could irrigate arid deserts, create lakes and rivers, and provide motive power in unlimited amounts. This would be the most efficient way of harnessing the sun to the uses of man. Consummation depends on our ability to develop electric forces of the order of those in nature. Soon became convinced I was right, and undertook the task with all the fire and boundless confidence of youth. I admired the works of artists, but to my mind there were only shadows and semblances. The inventor, I thought, gives to the world creations which are palpable, which live and work. Only through annihilation of distance in every respect, as the conveyance of intelligence, transport of passengers and supplies, and transmission of energy, will conditions be brought about someday, ensuring permanency of friendly relations. What we now want most is closer contact and better understanding between individuals and communities all over the earth, and the elimination of the fanatic devotion and exalted ideas of national egoism and pride which is always prone to plunge the world into primeval barbarism and strife. Now the soft-voiced gentlewoman of my reverent worship has all but vanished.
My children. From the very beginning, it was the children who gave me my power. The Spring Boot Slasher, that's what they call me. Dozens of children would fall by my blades. Then the parents of Springwood came for me. Taking justice into their own hands. When I was alive, I might have been a little naughty, but after they killed me, I became something much, much worse. The stuff nightmares are made of. The children still feared me, and their fear gave me the power to invade their dreams. And that's when the fun really began. Until they figured out a way to forget about me. To erase completely. Being dead wasn't a problem. Being forgot! Now that's a bitch!
He's on the tree!
I can come back if nobody remembers me! I can come back if nobody's afraid! I had to search the bowels of hell, but I found someone who'll make them remember. He may get the blood, but I'll get the glory. And that fear is my ticket home. Now, it's time to put this bad dog to sleep. For good!
My arm!
Welcome to my nightmare. Ready for your thoughts, Chief. Oh, scared? Tilt. Why won't you die? So you are afraid of something after all, huh?
Primitive life is very common and intelligent. Life is fairly rare. Some would say it has yet to occur on Earth. A few years ago, the city of Consul of Monza, Italy, barred pet owners from keeping goldfish in curved bowls, saying that it is cruel to keep a fish in a bowl with curved sides because gazing out, the fish would have a distorted view of reality. But how do we know we have a true, undistorted picture of reality? No one can resist the idea of a crippled genius. There are plenty of dead scientists I admire, but I can't think of any living ones. This is probably because it is only in retrospect that one can see who made the important contributions. However difficult life may seem, there is always something you can do and succeed at. We should seek the greatest value of our action. The universe is not indifferent to our existence. I don't think the human race will survive the next 1,000 years unless we spread into space. I would like nuclear fusion to become a practical power source. It would provide an inexhaustible supply of energy without pollution or global warming. When we understand string theory, we will know how the universe began. It won't have much effect on how we live, but it is important to understand where we come from and what we can do to find as we explore. My goal is simple. It is a complete understanding of the universe, why it is as it is, and why it exists at all. It surprises me how disinterested we are today about things like physics, space, the universe, and philosophy of our existence and purpose on our final destination. Scientists have become the bearers of the torch of discovery in our quest for knowledge. In my opinion, there is no aspect of reality beyond the reach of the human mind. The past, like the future, is indefinite and exists only as a spectrum of possibilities. Nothing cannot exist forever. Einstein was wrong when he said God does not play dice. Consideration of black holes suggests not only that God does play dice, but that he sometimes confuses us by throwing them where they can't be seen. It's not clear that intelligence has any long-term survival value. I wouldn't be here today if it were not for the NHS. I have received a large amount of high-quality treatment without which I would not have survived. I don't have much positive to say about motor neuron disease, but it taught me not to pity myself because others were worse off and to get on with what I still could do. I'm happier now than before I developed a condition. Theatrical physics is one of the law of the few fields in which being disabled is no handicap. It is all in the mind, spitting rhymes. We must develop as quickly as possible technologies that make possible a direct connection between brain and computer so that artificial brains contribute to human intelligence rather than opposing it. I think it quite likely that we are the only civilization within several hundred light years. Otherwise, we would have heard radio waves. As a child, I wanted to know how things worked and to control them. With a friend, I built a number of complicated models that I could control. I hope I have helped to raise the profile of science and to show that physics is not a mystery but can be understood by ordinary people. There is no unique picture of reality. I think we have a good chance of surviving long enough to colonize the solar system. Science predicts that many different kinds of universe will be spontaneously created out of nothing. It is a matter of chance, which we are in. I used to think information was destroyed in a black hole. This was my biggest blunder, or at least my biggest blunder in science. Before 1915, space and time were thought of as a fixed arena in which events took place, but which was not affected by what happened in it. Space and time are now dynamic quantities. Space and time not only affect, but are also affected by everything that happens in the universe. The media need superheroes in science, just as in every sphere of life, but there is really a continuous range of abilities with no clear dividing line. I think the human race doesn't have a future if it doesn't go into outer space. Throughout history, people have studied pure science from a desire to understand the universe rather than practical applications for commercial gain, but their discoveries later turned out to have great practical benefits. We think that life develops spontaneously on Earth, so it must be possible for life to develop on sustainable planets, on suitable planets elsewhere in the universe, but we don't know the probability that a planet develops life. Spitting infinite rhymes. I first had the idea of writing a popular book about the universe in 1982. My intention was partly to earn money to pay my daughter's school fees. I have found far greater enthusiasm for science in America than here in Britain. There is more enthusiasm for everything in America. Imaginary time is a new dimension at right angles to ordinary real time. The scientific account is complete. Theology is unnecessary. Science is beautiful when it makes simple explanations of phenomena or connections between different observations. Examples include the double helix in biology and the fundamental equation of physics. We are the product of quantum fluctuations in the very early universe. One can't predict the weather more than a few days in advance. I want to know why the universe exists, why there is something greater than nothing. Before I lost my voice, I was slurred, so only those close to me could understand, but with the computer voice I found, I could give popular lectures. I enjoy communicating science. It is important that the public understands basic science if they are not to leave vital decisions to others. If the rate of expansion 1 second after the Big Bang had been smaller by even 1 part in 100,000 million, it would have recollapsed before it reached its present size. On the other hand, if I had been greater by a part in a million, the universe would have expanded too rapidly for stars and planets to form.
Caesar can't.
Oh boy, this does not look good, does it? Joker. You know what the joke is here. I'm totally innocent. Ugh, that doesn't even sound right, does it? Inmate.
What rational being dresses like you?
Speaking of dreads, think this is a good look for me? Who are you?
Can we live without them?
Memories are what our reason is based on. If we deny them, we deny reason itself. Although, what's wrong with that, really? It's not like we're contractually tied down to rationality. There is no sanity clause. So when you find yourself locked onto an unpleasant train of thought, headed for places in your past where the screaming is unavoidable, remember this. There's always madness. You can just step outside and close the door on all those dreadful things that happened. You can lock them away forever.
Anything else? I'll need some guys. Not these guys, because, well, they're kind of dead.
Children foiled our plan. Inconceivable. Unacceptable. Retribution. That last one might not be a word, so sue me. promise a fair fight. And by fair, I mean totally stacked in my favor.
Come on. What I'm talking about. Your hands are just as dirty. Dirtier. Don't touch me, old man.
I don't know where you've been.
Good thing I didn't wear a skirt.
What is wrong with you? Don't you think I would have done that had I wanted to? Half the fun of our relationship was the mystery. Now I know Batman is just some boring rich asshole with parental issues.
That's me. It's bombs in the elevator shafts. No way anyone's getting to us up here.
Is that so?
Bats in our belfry again.
Holy Christ! That must be the best ghost train in the business. I mean, when they went in, the fella in the middle didn't look a day over 17. That's what a dose of reality will do to you. It's why I never touch the stuff. I find it waters down the hallucinations. So, Commissioner House?
Medical report. Stop!
You had a bad accident. You're a very sick man.
Flattery won't save you.
Why not put a force field around it and let it blow?
I don't know if I can contain an explosion that size.
Maybe you should let me defuse it.
Maybe you should shut up.
Phew. Is it just me, or is there something going on between those two? Will Green Lantern ever admit to his feelings? Will Hot Girl ever stop sublimating her passions with that big honkin' mace? Will true love conquer all? Not on my show. Punchline.
I don't share your sense of humor.
Yet we're linked, you and I, like comedy and tragedy. Two sides, same coin. The gas.
Break you in two.
Batman, if you had the guts for that kind of fun, you would have done it years ago. I, on the other hand...
Talk, Joker!
Well, you see, I've always wanted to stage my own opera.
All I needed was the right suit
And a leading lady.
You look like you could really hit the low notes.
Want to sing backup?
Where is she?
Forgotten what I told you a long time ago. One of the painful truths of comedy. You always take shots from folks who just don't get the joke. That sentimental claptrap worked. Now back to the drawing. Who's robbing these days?
Oh, shut your damn mouth! Stripper. Double hand and leg cuffs.
Ooh, kinky. Let me ask you something. What does it matter if you send me back to the asylum if it doesn't matter to me? I've proven my point. Gordon's been driven mad. I've demonstrated there's no difference between me and everyone else. All it takes is one bad day. That's how far the world is from where I am. Just one bad day. You had a bad day once, am I right? Oh, I know I am. I can tell. You had a bad day and everything changed. Dressing up like a fire rat doesn't hide it, it screams it. You had a bad day and it drove you as crazy as everybody else, only you won't admit it. You have to keep pretending that that makes sense and there's some point to all this struggling. You make me wanna kill.
And you are?
Oh, just a nameless clown shuffling my life away.
Too bad it has to be in such gruesome surroundings.
Don't care for the decor?
Not hardly. All those horrible faces grinning at me. That would do things to my mind after a while.
Who says you have one? I'm thinking about my own love life. I mean, I don't want to biff it like you did.
Hey, I told Ivy how I felt. She didn't feel that way. End of story. Water under the bridge.
Right, right. The screaming about it at the mere mention of her name certainly backs that up.
All the people I've murdered. Why letting you live?
I never kept count.
I did.
I know. And I love you for it.
Let the kid go, Joker.
is, it looks like the bat is getting warm. Getting warm, I said. He's next to a volcano! That's enough. Nobody likes a brown nose.
It's payback.
Never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake. The torment of precautions often exceed the dangers to be avoided. It is sometimes better to abandon oneself to destiny. Death is nothing but to live defeated, and inglorious is to die daily. History is a set of lies agreed upon. In politics, stupidity is not a handicap. Religion is what keeps the poor from murdering the rich. Impossible is a word to be found only in the dictionary of fools. A leader is a dealer in hope. Victory belongs to the most persevering. If you wish to be a success in the world, promise everything, deliver nothing. A soldier will fight long and hard for a bit of colored ribbon. The battlefield is a scene of constant chaos. The winner will be the one who controls that chaos, but his own and the enemy's. Women are nothing but machines for producing children. A true man hates no one. If you want a thing done well, do it yourself. There is no such thing as an accident. It is fate misnamed. Ability is nothing without opportunity. The best cure for the body is a quiet mind. The strong man is the one who is able to intercept at will the communication between the senses and the mind. I am sometimes a fox and sometimes a lion. The whole secret of government lies in knowing when to be the one or to be the other. To do all that one is able to do is to be a man. To do all that one would like to do is to be a god. You must not fight too often with one enemy, or you will teach him all your art of war. Great ambition is the passion of a great character. Those endowed with it may perform very good or very bad acts. All depend on the principles which direct them. Men are moved by two levers, only fear and self-interest. Imagination rules the world. I can no longer obey. I have tasted command, and I cannot give it up. Power is my mistress. I have worked too hard at her conquest to allow anyone to take her away from me. The truest wisdom is a resolute determination. Take time to deliberate. But when the time for action has arrived, stop thinking and go in. The first virtue in a soldier is endurance of fatigue. Courage is only the second virtue. History is the version of past events that people have decided to agree upon. Music is the voice that tells us that the human race is greater than it knows. It requires more courage to suffer than to die. The surest way to remain poor is to be an honest man, for hostile newspapers are more to be feared than 1,000 bayonets. The people to fear are not those who disagree with you, but those who disagree with you and are too cowardly to let you know. There are only two forces in the world, the sword and the spirit. In the long run, the sword will always be conquered by the spirit. If I had to choose a religion, the sun, as the universal giver of the world, would be my God. From the heights of these pyramids, 40 centuries look down on us. 10 people who speak make more sense, make more noise than 10,000 who are silent. Men are more easily governed through their vices than through their virtues. There is only one step from the sublime to the ridiculous. When small men attempt great enterprises, they always end by reducing them to the level of their mediocrity. An army marches on its stomach. Is it the cause, not the death, that makes the martyr? One must change one's tactics every 10 years if one wishes to maintain one's superiority. A throne is only a bench configured with velvet. Soldiers generally win battles. Generals get credit for them. He who knows how to flatter also knows how to slander. He who fears being conquered is a sure defeat. Nothing is more difficult and therefore more precious than to be able to decide. The extent of your consciousness is limited only by your ability to love and to embrace with your love the space around you and all it contains. Water, air, and cleanness are the chief articles in my pharmacy. Respect the burden. A man will fight harder for his interests than for his rights. There are only two forces that unite men, fear and interest. Religion is excellent stuff for keeping common peoples quiet. The way to keep one's word is not to give it. The herds seek out the great, not for their sake, but for their influence, and the great welcome them out of vanity or need, spend infinitely for all of eternity, never endingly for infinity times infinity, twixt thee about infinite me, spent for all of eternity.
It takes a genius to know a genius. Come along, Walter. We've got work to do.
Very well, let's go.
Why settle for a small family, Walter, when we can project my power everywhere and bring all of Halloween to life? Karumari, Otanaloma, Nanu Karano. Karumari, Otanaloma, Alanu Your woodworking skills are impressive. Yes, this will do nicely.
I used to manage a hardware store.
Walter, focus please. Now tell my monsters to get me Mama and get me that book. Welcome. Don't you mean our mother? I had a papa once. He let me down. But a mother's love is forever. Should I? Unfortunately, I have other plans. Walter, the book, please. Go prepare the tower. I'm going to do what Stein couldn't. Finish this book once and for all. Spoiler alert! The manuscript gets destroyed in that tower, and my Halloween family lasts forever! Mama, babysit the children for me. Can't hear you. I'm too far ahead of you. Careful, Sarah. It'd be a shame to fall from that height. Plenty more where that came from. And now, to finish this story and destroy the town. No! What do you think you're doing? I have a friend who might think otherwise. Nowhere else to run, sis! Deal. It all ends happily ever after. What? No! Hello, Papa.
Chubby! I thought the book got you.
Maybe those others, but not me.
What is that?
You know I always survive. You wrote me that way. In fact, I wrote my own story while I was gone. And guess what? You're the main character. Forever. Come on, let me get a go around. Get off of me, you plastic parasite! You guys let me out!
got that right,
Jamie!
Now, we don't have to.
Oh ho! Weren't you ever taught not to enter someone else's room without permission? I'm done playing nice! Why don't you stick around and say hi to my newest friend?
So, you want to be a prankster, do you, Zane? Well, let me show you how the pros do it. Except, I do hate to work alone. Well, Rocky, are you ready to have some real fun? You didn't say please.
No!
What's the matter, Zane? I thought we were gonna be buddies. Abracadabra! Oh, I love that trick. Hey, you with the legs!
Zane, get his face in the attic!
Oh, Zane, don't listen to her. Come on. Come on, quick.
Zane! Zane! Yeah, his face!
You with the legs! Hey, get out of here. Where you going? Quick. Oh, I'll get my turn.
Zane! Zane, hurry up!
Well, I hate Lennon. Hey, what are you doing? Get away from me! You're scratching the banana! Not for me. Frog in my throat! Hey, look who's come to join the party. Better late than never. These are my friends. And if you make my new bodyguard, he's not too bright, but he'll do anything I say. Won't you, Rocky? See for yourself. Oh, this'll be great. Loosen up, Zane. Don't look so wooden. Get it? Wooden! Quiet. You don't give orders around here. I do. From now on, you listen to me. If you try to tell anyone, I'll turn both of you into dummies, just like Zane. So, Zane, did you hear the one about the 3 kids that tried to outsmart the dummy?
No, Sloppy! Tell me all about it!
They couldn't do it. Now take some merchandise. Okay, Daniel, you saw what I did to Zane. Now it's your turn. You can.
Auto.
I already stopped.
An auto?
No.
A ram?
No.
A rock?
No. Gotcha. Shut up. Who said you could laugh? Face it. You two are mine. Do whatever I say for the rest of your lives. You are my slaves, just like Rockhead over there. Now, you go teach them a lesson. Don't listen to her. You serve me now. Get her, you sorry sack of sawdust. Get her. I gave you life. Who you gonna listen to? Her or me? I could use some help here. Wake up.
Oh ho! Who do we have here? You must be Stein's newest puppet. I think I'll have fun with you. You finally made it? Still playing Stein's twisted little games, eh? I hate to pop your bubble, but you can't stop me or my friends.
Progress. There's no such thing as progress. There's only change. You dig a hole in the ground, and build up a city, and you fight a war, and you call it progress. The way out of a room is not through the door. Just don't want out and you're free. Good for some may not be good for others. Anything you see in me is in you. If you want to see a vicious killer, that's who you'll see. Do you understand that? If you see me as your brother, that's what I'll be. It all depends on how much love you have. I am you, and when you can admit that, you will be free. I am just a mirror. If I haven't seen it, it's new to me. From the world of darkness, I did lose demons and devils and the power of scorpions and torment. A baby is born into this world in a state of fear, total paranoia, and awareness. He sees the world with eyes not used yet. As he grows up, his parents lay all this stuff on him. They tell him when they should be letting him tell them. Let the children lead you. Animals shouldn't be hunted, and nature shouldn't be disturbed, even destroyed to benefit the whims of mankind. To get yourself together, you need not to even think there is anyone else in this world. I don't need to look down on, or get off on, or get moved on, over on. The hardest thing to overcome is our own lies, confusion, and our jealousy. I can't judge any of you. I have no malice against you, and no ribbons for you, but I think that it is high time that you all start looking at yourselves and judging the lie that you live in. Never stop spitting again. Off pops my head up again. In my mind's eye, my thoughts light fires into your cities. Remorse for what? You people have done everything in the world to me. Doesn't that give me equal right? Let's clap our hands for the President and Jesus Christ. And did I mention Charles Manson and everybody else who was nice, spitting rhymes? All you fakers are in for it. I begged you on my knees, and you didn't listen, and now I can't hear you. You know who your enemy is. You're the enemy. You sat there. You sit there fat, sloppy, you watch your TV, and you kick back, and you judge everybody as being wrong and bad but you. I'm probably one of the most dangerous men in the world if I want to be, but never wanted to be anything but me. I was a beatnik in the 50s, before hippies came along. These children that come at you with knives, they are your children. You taught them. I didn't teach them. I just tried to help them stand up. I don't want to take my time going to work. I got a motorcycle and a sleeping bag and 10 or 15 girls. What the hell I want to go off and go to work for? Work for what? Money? I got all the money in the world. I'm the king, man. I run the underworld. Infinitely. I have killed no one, and I have ordered no one to be killed. If it wasn't for publicity, I would have been out of here and gone a long time ago. I was so smart when I was a kid that I learned that I was dumb fast. I'm Jesus Christ, whether you want to accept it or not, I don't care. I have X'd myself from your world. To save the people from themselves, it would take a greater fear than the earth has ever seen. Just because you're convicted in a courtroom doesn't mean you're guilty of something. Time and circumstance made me into this Manson guy. Satan society wanted to buy this evil, mass murdering, devil fiend. I'm nobody. I'm the hobo in line. Give me a bottle of wine and put me on a train. I don't fit into the world you guys live in, so I live over there in the shadows of it. I I play music. People are affected by the music I play. That doesn't mean I direct traffic. That doesn't mean I put a knife into anybody's hand and tell them to go kill somebody. I don't want parole. I'm too busy working on my website, Spent Infinite Rhymes. There's no way that you can know the taste of water unless you drink it, or unless has rained on you, or unless you jump into the river. What do the animals do in the zoo? That's the same thing that I do in my cell. I play with myself. I make little string dolls. I talk to roaches. I'm in jail for 9 counts of murder, and I didn't do it. I'm in solitary confinement, may I add, spitting a rap. Now I am too beautiful to be set free, spent infinitely. The Charles Manson that you've created, that's not me. That's only an illusion in your minds. It hasn't got anything to do with me. I'm in jail because people want to keep me in jail. I ain't got nothing to do with the law. If I could get angry at you, I would try to kill every one of you. If that's guilt, I accept it. I'm involved in too many things. I have a website I'm working on. Most of the people at the ranch were just people you did not want. People that were alongside the road. So for you people who are filled with fear that I might someday be released, breathe easy. I don't see it happening. Spitting, I'm rapping it.
I believe whatever doesn't kill you simply makes you a stranger.
I thought my jokes were bad.
Well, no, look at these scars. My father was a drinker and a fiend. And one night, he goes off crazier than usual. Mommy gets the kitchen knife to defend herself. He doesn't like that. Not one bit. So, me watching, he takes the knife to her, laughing while he does it. He turns to me, and he says, "Why so serious?" He comes at me with the knife. "Why so serious?" He sticks the blade in my mouth. "Let's put a smile on that face." And... "Why so serious? Well, you look nervous. Is it the scars?" You wanna know how I got them? Come here. Hey. Look at me. So I had a wife, who's beautiful, like you, who tells me I worry too much, who tells me I ought to smile more, who gambles and gets in deep with the sharks with me. One day they carve her face. We have no money for surgeries. She can't take it. I just want to see her smile again. I just want her to know that I don't care about the scars. So, I stick a razor in my mouth and do this to myself. And you know what? She can't stand the sight of me. She leaves. Now I see the funny side. Now I'm always smiling. I don't want to kill you. What would I do without you? Go back to ripping off mob dealers? No. You complete me. You're garbage. You kills for money. Don't talk like one of them. You're not. Even if you'd like to be. To them, you're just a freak. Like me. They need you right now. When they don't, they'll cast you out. Like a leper. See, their morals, their code, is a bad joke. It's dropped at the first sign of trouble. They're only as good as the world allows them to be. I'll show you. When the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other. See, I'm not a monster. I'm just ahead of the curve. You want to know why I use a knife? Guns are too quick. You can't savor all the little emotion. You see, in their last moments, people show you who they really are. So, in a way, I knew your friends better than you ever did. Would you like to know which of them were cowards? You see, I'm a guy of simple taste. I enjoy dynamite, and gunpowder, and gasoline. What's the... And you know the thing that they have in common? They're cheap. Do I really look like a guy with a plan? You know what I am? I'm a dog chasing cars. I wouldn't know what to do with one if I caught it. You know, I just do things. The mob has plans. The cops have plans. Gordon's got plans. You know, they're schemers. Schemers trying to control their little worlds. I'm not a schemer. I try to show the schemers how pathetic their attempts to control things really are. I just did what I do best. I took your little plan and I turned it on itself. Look what I did to this city with a few drums of gas and a couple of bullets. You know what I noticed? Nobody panics when things go according to plan. Even if the plan is horrifying. If tomorrow I tell the press that like a gangbanger will get shot, or a truckload of soldiers will be blown up, nobody panics. Because it's all part of the plan. But when I say that one little old mare will die, well then everyone loses their minds. Introduce a little anarchy. Upset the established order, and everything becomes chaos. I'm an agent of chaos. Oh, and you know the thing about chaos? It's beer. You just couldn't let me go, could you? This is what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. You truly are incorruptible, aren't you? Huh? You won't kill me out of some misplaced sense of self-righteousness. And I won't kill you because you're just too much fun.
Books are a uniquely portable magic. If you don't have time to read, you don't have time to write. Simple as that. Books are the perfect entertainment. No commercials, no batteries, hours of enjoyment for each dollar spent. What I wonder is why everybody doesn't carry a book around for these folks' inevitable dead spots in life. Monsters are real, and ghosts are real too. They live inside us, and sometimes they win. Good books don't give up all their secrets at once. The road to hell is paved with adverbs. Fiction is the truth inside the lie. The scariest moment is always just before you start. If you want to be a writer, you must do two things above all others. Read a lot and write a lot. You can, you should, and if you're brave enough to start, you will. I think that we're all mentally ill. Those of us outside of the asylums only hide it a little better, and maybe not all that much better after all. If you liked being a teenager, there's something really wrong with you. A short story is a different thing altogether. A short story is like a kiss in the dark from a stranger. Alone, yes. That's the key word. The most awful word in the English tongue. Murder doesn't hold a candle to it, and hell is only a poor synonym. Speaking personally, you can have my gun, but you'll take my book when you pry it from my cold, dead fingers off of the binding. The thing under my bed, waiting to grab my ankle, isn't real. I know that, and I also know that if I'm careful to keep my foot under the covers, it will never be able to grab my ankle. Sometimes being a bitch is all a woman's got to hold on to. Go then, there are other worlds than these. That wasn't any act of God. That was an act of pure human fuckery. Humor is almost always anger with its makeup on. A little talent is a good thing to have if you want to be a writer, but the only real requirement is the ability to remember every scar. Remember, hope is a good thing, maybe the best of things, and no good thing ever dies. Description begins in the writer's imagination, but should finish in the reader's. Hearts can break. Yes, hearts can break. Sometimes I think it would be better if we died than when they did, but we don't. There's no bitch on earth like a mother frightened for her kids. The man in black fled across the desert, and the gunslinger followed. Any word you have to hunt for in a thesaurus is the wrong word. There are no exceptions to this rule. We make up horrors to help us cope with the real ones. Only enemies speak the truth. Friends and lovers lie endlessly, caught in the web of duty. Nobody likes a clown at midnight. Amateurs sit and wait for inspiration. The rest of us just get up and go to work. Time takes it all, whether you want it to or not. When all else fails, give up and go to the library. We lie best when we lie to ourselves. Write with the door closed, rewrite with the door open. Sometimes human places create inhuman monsters. Fear stands for fuck everything and run. There's no harm in hoping for the best, as long as you're prepared for the worst. The trust of the innocent is a liar's most useful tool. Let me tell you something, my friend. Hope is a dangerous thing. Hope can drive a man insane. The place where you made your stand never mattered, only that you were there and still on your feet. You can't deny laughter. When it comes, it plops down in your favorite chair and stays as long as it wants. Your hair is winter fire, January embers. My heart burns there too. And will I tell you that these three lived happily ever after? I will not, for no one ever does. But there was happiness, and they did live. Life isn't a support system for art. It's the other way around. Kill your darlings. Kill your darlings. Even when it breaks your egocentric little scribbler's heart, kill your darlings. Give me just enough information so that I can lie convincingly. Fault always lies in the same place, with him weak enough to lay blame. Time takes it all, whether you want it to or not. Time takes it all, time bears it away, and in the end there is only darkness. Sometimes we find others in that darkness, and sometimes we lose them again. Writing is not life, but I think that sometimes it can be a way back to life. It was the possibility of darkness that made the day seem so bright, spitting rhymes. Just remember that Dumbo didn't need the feather, the magic was in him. People who try hard to do the right thing always seem mad. Talent is cheaper than table salt. What separates a talented individual from the successful one is a lot of hard work. Friends don't spy. True friendship is about privacy too. Spit into you.
I know your fear. I hear it. Please, don't separate me from my brother. I give you my word. That will never happen. No more games.
centuries. It all ticks by so quickly.
You are so very like your ancestor. Did you know that? I have this distinct sense of deja vu. The same defiance. The same faithless hope in the light.
What do you have faith in?
Nothing. I am so exquisitely empty.
It won't hurt you to die, will it?
I cannot die. I am forever.
Where are you, Toymaker?
Here. Hologram. You see, it's all done with mirrors. Like this.
What have you done?
I have faith in the light.
What?
The light, demon. The light.
Daddy's home. He's here.
I miss you, Daddy. When are you coming home?
They found Tony. And the child's finger, the one the killer left in his mouth. Only this time the print wasn't burned off. They ran the print taken from the severed finger, and like a miracle, got a match almost instantly. What they found doesn't make any sense, though, Joseph, because the child's fingerprint, well, it's yours.
I don't understand.
You even misunderstood me when I told you to go home. I didn't mean this place. Your first home. The home you grew up. I can help you understand. You see, I know everything about you, Joseph. Your file's almost complete.
You're the engineer.
good a name as any.
It's all a puzzle, isn't it, Joseph? Like a game of chess, perhaps. The pieces move, apparently aimlessly, but always towards one single objective: to kill the king. And who is the king in this game, Joseph? That is the question you must ask yourself. Don't you recognize your own flesh, your own spirit?
I don't understand.
The eternal refrain of humanity. Pleading ignorance, begging for mercy. Please help me. I don't understand. This is the life you chose, Joseph. All the people you hurt, all the appetites you indulged. You have destroyed your own innocence, allowed your flesh to consume your spirit. You are your own king, and this is the hell you have created for yourself. Your flesh is killing your spirit. Oh yes, Joseph. Oh yes. You have forsaken yourself. Only one finger left now, Joseph. Only one more death to go. Welcome to hell. Which do you find more exhilarating, Trevor? The pain or the pleasure? Personally, I prefer pain. We meet again.
How did you find me?
You opened a door long ago, and it will not be closed until I get what I came for.
My soul.
You solved the puzzle. You unleashed the power. There is no turning back. I will not rest until I get what I want. And what I want is you. Welcome to the worst nightmare of all. Reality.
Why fit in when you were born to stand out? Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. No, it is not. It's better to know how to learn than to know. From there to here, from here to there, funny things are everywhere. Things are never quite as scary when you've got a best friend. You're never too old, too wacky, too wild to pick up a book and read to a child. Just never forget to be dexterous and deft, and never mix up your right foot with your left. Take every chance, drop every fear. You are you. Now it isn't that pleasant. Spitting up, rapping, never ending. I sort of got thinking, it's sort of a shame that scrambled eggs always taste always the same. You have to be odd to be number one, spitting for fun. You do not like them, say you say. Try them, and you may. You'll miss the best things if you keep your eyes shut. They say I'm old-fashioned and live in the past. Sometimes I think progress is too fast. I like nonsense, it wakes up the brain cells. Life is too short to wake up in the morning with regrets. Hollywood is not suited for me, and I am not suited for it. Poor empty pants with nobody inside them. Today was good, today was fun, tomorrow is another one. I know, up on top, you are seeing great sights. Down here at the bottom, we too should have rights. You'll never be bored when you try something new. There's really no limit to what you can do. You know when you're in love, when you can't fall asleep because reality is hardly better than your dreams. Be sure when you step with care and great tact. And remember that life is a great balancing act. Rap, you're on your own, and you know what you know, and you are the one who will decide where to go. Always remember you are braver than you believe, stronger than you seem, smarter than you think, and twice as beautiful as you've ever imagined. There are points to be scored, there are games to be won, and magical things you can do with that ball will make you the winningest winner of all. Cause when a guy does something stupid once, well, that's because he's a guy, but if he does the same stupid thing twice, that's usually to impress some girl. And the turtles, of course, all the turtles are free as turtles, and maybe all creatures should be. If you've never been born, then you might be, and isn't has no fun at all. No, he didn't. We're all a little weird, and life's a little weird. And when we find someone whose weirdness is compatible with ours, we join up with them and fall in mutual weirdness and call it love. I'm sorry to say so, but sadly it's true that bang-ups and hang-ups can happen to you too. Being crazy isn't enough. Be who you are and say what you feel, because those who mind don't matter and those who matter don't mind. A person's a person, no matter how small or tall, fall. Don't care how you go, just get. It's all began with a shoe on the wall. A shoe on the wall shouldn't be there at all. To the places I go, there are things that I see that I never could spell if I stopped with a Z. Remember me and smile, words better to forget, and to remember me and cry. Tut tut, said the doctor, such talk, how absurd. Your tail is just right for your kind, a bird. So open your mouth, lad, for every voice counts. Oh, the places you'll go, whoa. Simple as not, I am afraid you will find, for a mind to make her upper to make up its mind. You have brains in your head, you have feet in your shoes, you can steer yourself in any direction you choose. Today you are you, that is truer than true. There is no one alive that is youer than you. The things start happening, don't worry, don't stew. Just go right along, and you'll start happening too. I mean what I said, and I said what I meant. You can find magic wherever you look. Sit back and relax, all you need is a book. I am Lorax. I speak for the trees, for the trees have no tongues. I have enough infinite means to speak for everyone. When he worked, he really worked, but when he played, he really played all day. Just tell yourself, Ducky, you're really quite lucky. You're in pretty good shape for the shape you are in, spitting. And this mess is so big and so deep and so tall, we cannot pick it up, there's no way at all. If we do not choose, we will end up with none. If you never did, you should. These things are fun, and fun is good. The storm starts when the drops start dropping. When the drops start dropping, when the drops stop dropping, then the storm stops stopping. I was saving the name of Geisel for the great American novel. Sometimes when I see my granddaughters make small discoveries of their own, I wish I were a child spitting a while. The main problem with writing in verse is if your fourth line doesn't come out right, you've got to throw 4 lines away and figure out a whole new way to attack the problem. So the morality rate is terrific. Don't cry because it's over, smile because it happened. Reading will take you places you have never been before. To the world you may be one person, but to one person you may be the world as it spins and it twirls. You'll be on your way up. You'll be seeing great sights. You'll join the high flyers who soar to high heights, spitting in rhymes.
No running in the hallway. Come to pray. I'm here.
Nancy! Help me, please!
Freddy, I'm your boyfriend now, Nancy. Kill you slow. You think he was gonna get away from me? No. You die. What? Daddy can't help you now. I need you, Jesse. We got special work to do here, you and me. You've got the body. I've got the man. Go ahead, Jesse. Try on for size. Kill for me. Kill for me. Wake up, little girl. He can't fight me. I'm here. There is no Jesse. I'm Jesse now. Come on, Lisa. Kill him. Kill him. I love you, Lisa. Help yourself, fucker. You are all I'm filled with now. Come to me, Lisa. No, Jesse's dead. Lisa. Come back to me, Lisa. No, Jesse's dead. He's dead. He'll die with me. He'll die with both of us.
Can I ask you something?
Who in that truck? What you think? This is it, Jennifer. Your big break in TV. What's the good time, bitch?
What's wrong, Joey? Getting tongue-tied?
I said, where's the fucking vermin?
You should listen to your mother.
On the motor. Look familiar.
Why, sweetheart? We're old friends, you and I. Remember?
Let's get home. Well, you look tired. Have a seat. For now, maybe. But when you wake up, it's back in the saddle again. There for you, kid! I'm sorry, kid. I don't believe in fairy tales. Let all the little piggies alone. Your wish is my command. Yes. The souls of the children give me strength. Always room for more. Sorry to keep you waiting. Perhaps if there was more of me to spread around. You're mine now, piggy. You shouldn't have buried me. I'm not dead. Tell face. One down.
How's this? 4.3? Shut up!
I want to draw some blood. Elm cease last. Why don't you, one more little maybe this could help. Why don't you stop and suck someone out? Fresh meat challenge goes to daddy. Now no one sleeps. Souls of my children. Wanna suck face? You've won. Going down. A true warrior needs your lives. Ninja warriors have gone. Find your gods, Rick. Sayonara, son. Prove it, do you? The service will. The usual. My favorite. Eeny, meeny, miny. I love soul food. Bring me more. Your shift is over. I believe in you. No pain, no gain. Attention. Like Dr. Seuss. Forests in lovebirds. Welcome to Wonderland, Alice. You've got their power. I've got their souls. Come on. Come on. Come on. You think you've got what it takes? I've been guarding my gate for a long time, bitch. I am eternal. It's a boy! But I found it. We'll see, bitch. We'll just see. You'll never find her. I feel the ungrateful pedal to the metal, man! Get here, damn! Unlock, dears! The boy feels the need to see They're not fleeing crime. Alice, wanna make babies? Madam, if I may, bon appetit, bitch. Venez, les papilles. Help me! You are what you eat. See any family resemblance? Feeding time. Soul food for my boy. Where you going, piglet? The party's just started. I thought it was up to, see delicious, or am I crazy? Faster than a bastard maniac. More powerful than a Hooper man. Yes, summer's ready. Hold up, comic books was bad for you. Real friends, just like daddy. Nice try, Alice. Thanks, babe. It's my new look. Like it? Hot dog. Come on. Come on.
For the word of God is alive and active. For the word of the Lord is right and true. Man shall not live on bread alone, but on every word that comes from the mouth of God. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. I have hidden your word in my heart that I might not sin against you. The words of the Lord are flawless, Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will never pass away. Your word is a lamp for my feet and a light on my path. Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Therefore, everyone who hears these words of mine and puts them into practice is like a wise man who built his house on the rock. I wait for the Lord, my soul waits, and in his word my whole being waits. Do not merely listen to the word and so deceive yourself. All scripture is God-breathed and is useful for teaching, rebuking, correcting, and training in righteousness. How can a young person stay on the path of purity by living according to your word? Every word of God is flawless. He is a shield to those who take refuge in him. The Lord is good to all. You are the God who sees. Do not be afraid, for I am with you. I am with you always. The Lord is good to all. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord gives wisdom. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The heavens declare the glory of God. Jesus Christ is the same yesterday, today, and forever. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Every good gift and every perfect gift is from above. God is our refuge and strength and ever present in trouble. Saying, Lord is Lord of all, and richly blesses all who call upon him. The Lord is everlasting God, creator of the ends of the earth. He will not grow tired or weary, and his understanding knoweth the battle. He is not here, he has risen. He is not here, he is risen. Do not let your hearts be troubled. You believe in God, believe also in me. I am the way, and the truth, and the light. No one comes to the Father except through me. I am the Father, are one. Follow me, Jesus said, and I will send you out to fish for people. Surely I am with you always. And surely I am with you always to the very end of the age. In the same way, the Spirit helps us in our weakness. Now, the Lord is the Spirit, and where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. But the Advocate, the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name, will teach you all the things that you and will remind you of everything I have said to you. The thief comes only to steal, kill, and destroy. I have come that they may have life and have it to the full. For God did not send his Son into the world to condemn the world, but to save the world through him. For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life in Christ Jesus our Lord. But God demonstrates his own love for us in this: while we were yet still sinners, Christ died for us. I have told you these things, so that in me you may have peace. In this world you will have trouble, but take heart. I have overcome the world. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Against such things there is no law. Love one another. Pray continually. I praise you because I am fearfully and wonderfully made. I can do all this through him who gives me strength. Be still and know that I am God. I will praise you, Lord, with all my heart. Trust in the Lord with all your heart. Rejoice in the Lord always. I will say it again. The Lord has done it this very day. Let us rejoice today and be glad. Give thanks to the Lord, for he is good. His love endures forever. Let everything that has breathed praise the Lord. When I am afraid, I put my trust in you. Call all your anxiety on him, because he cares for you. You are the light of the world. Believe in Lord Jesus Christ, and you will be saved. This is love for God, to keep our commands. Never stop spitting and rapping again. When I'm afraid, I put my trust in you. You are the light of the world. Believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, and you will be saved. This is love for God, to keep his commands. Fear God and keep His commandments. Whatever you do, do it all for the glory of God. We must obey God rather than human beings. Trust in the Lord forever. For the Lord Himself, is the rock eternal. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord, you shall be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and soul, and with all of your strength. If we confess our sins, He is faithful and just and will forgive us our sins and purify us from all unrighteousness. Each of you should give what you have decided in your heart to give, not reluctantly or under compulsion, for God loves a cheerful giver. Your dear children are from God and have overcome them, because the one who is in you is greater than the one who is in the world. For the Spirit God gave us does not make us timid, but gives us power, love, and self-discipline. Be kind and passionate to one another. Forgive each other just as Christ, God, forgave you. We love because He first loved us.
I am Chucky, the killer dog, and I dig it!
Hi, I'm Chucky. I'm Chucky. Hi, I'm Chucky. Wanna play? Hi, I'm Chucky. Hi, I'm Chucky. Wanna play? 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 Hi, I'm Chucky, and I'm your friend to the end. I'm Chucky, and I'm your friend to the end. And I'm your friend to the end. I'm Chucky, and I wouldn't talk if I were you. I'm your friend to the end. Hi, I like to be hugged. 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 Hey, wanna play? Wanna play? Heidi ho! Heidi ho! Ha ha ha! Heidi ho! Ha ha ha! Wanna play? Hi, I'm Oscar and I'm your friend to the end. Heidi ho! Ha ha ha! Hi, I'm Tommy and I'm your friend to the end. Hi, I'm Tommy and I'm your friend to the end. Heidi ho! Ha ha ha! I like to be hugged. I like to be hugged. Hi, my name is Larry. Hi, my name is Polly. Hey, wanna play? Hey, wanna play? I like to be... Hey, wanna play?
I'm Chucky. Wanna
Play. Hi, I'm Chucky. Wanna play? I'll be back. Life is short.
My friends call me Chucky.
Did you say Chucky? Hi. Are you my best buddy? Are you my best buddy? You wanna play now? Are we having fun 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 now? Hi. Hi, Mikey. Hi. Peekaboo. 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 I said peekaboo. Hello, Andy. Where the hell's Andy? Andy, you forgot your science book. Did you miss me, Andy? Andy! Good night, Andy. Face it, Andy. Andy. Andy Barkley, as I live and breathe. Andy's my best friend. I'm sorry, Andy. Did he hurt Andy? Andy, stop! Guess what, Andy? What? Andy? Where you going, Andy? Don't worry, Andy. Andy, how you've grown. Now, it's time to play. Playtime's over. It's time to play. It's time to play. You just can't keep a good guy down.
Where's Grandma?
In the cellar.
What's she doing down there?
Nothing. How's it hanging, Phil? Goddamn limit drivers! Hi! Bear up! Now we can play again. Chucky's gonna be bro. Hey, lesbos. Ain't the size that counts, asshole. Tampering with the mail is a federal offense.
Nobody hurts my best buddy.
You've been very naughty, Mr. Rose. You have a date with death.
You're my best buddy.
You have your mother's eyes, and they were always too
Fucking close together! Amazing, isn't it? Andy, no, please. I don't have a problem with killing. Does that mean what I think it means? Fucking kidding me! Gee, came on to me! Get off my back!
Ugly doll.
Fuck you! 5 before I kick your fucking teeth in! Oh, fuck with the chuck! You're a fucking drag! You're a fucking natural! We're friends to the end, remember? Trying to pull the fucking plug. No fucking way! Quit you fuck with me! Fuck! Don't fuck with me! Fucking infamous! Fuck with your mind! Fuck with your mind! I'm fucking trapped in here! Fuck you! Fuck you! Who the fuck is Martha Stewart? The fuck are you? What are you fucking nuts? Sometimes I scare myself. Say hi to the little woman for me. Night night. Women. Can't live with them. Period. Oops, I did it again. I don't know. I don't care.
Submit yourself, therefore, to God. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you. Of David, blessed the Lord, my rock who trains my hands for war, and my fingers for battle. Put on the whole armor of God, and you may be able to stand against the schemes of the devil. For the desires of the flesh are against the spirit, and the desires of the spirit are against the flesh. These are opposed to each other to keep you from doing the things you want to do. For though we walk in the flesh, we are not waging war according to the flesh. For the weapons of our warfare are not of the flesh, but have divine power to destroy strongholds, to destroy arguments, every lofty opinion raised against the knowledge of God, to take every thought captive to obey Christ. I can do all things through him who strengthens me. Finally, be strong in the Lord and in the strength of his might. Put on the armor of God, that you may be able to stand against the schemes of the devil. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers over this present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly places. Therefore, take up the whole armor of God, that you may be able to withstand in the evil day, having done all, to stand firm. Stand therefore, having fastened on the belt of truth, and having put on the breastplate of righteousness. Then Jesus said to him, put your sword back into its place, for all who take the sword will perish by the sword. He trains my hands for war, so that my arms can bend a bow of bronze. The Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name. In vain, Christ, who is your life, appears, then you also will appear with him in glory. Put to death, therefore, what is earthly in you: sexual immorality, impurity, passion, evil desires, which is idolatry. On account of these, the wrath of God is coming. These you too once walked when you were living in them, but now you must put them all away: anger, wrath, malice, slander, and deceit from your mouth. When Christ, who is your life, appears, then you also will appear with him in glory. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers over the present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly places. Sanctify them in the truth. The word is truth. You are of your father the devil, and your will is to do your father's desires. He was a murderer from the beginning and does not stand in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he lies, he speaks out of his own character, for he is a liar and the father of lies. Whoever makes a practice of sinning is of the devil, for the devil has been sinning from the beginning. The reason the Son of God appeared was to destroy the works of the devil. Finally, be strong in the Lord and in the strength of his might. Children, obey your parents in their case to God of this world has blinded the minds of the unbelievers to keep them from seeing the light of the gospel of the glory of Christ, who is the image of God. For all who have sinned and fall short of the glory of God, and was declared to be the Son of God in power, according to the Spirit of holiness, by his resurrection from the dead, Jesus Christ our Lord. Then Pilate said to him, so you are a king, do you answer? You say that I am a king. For this purpose I was born, and for this purpose I have come into the world, to bear witness to the truth. Everyone who is of the truth listens to my voice. The thief comes only to steal, to kill, and destroy. I came that they may have life, and have it abundantly. Behold, I have given you authority to tread on serpents and scorpions, and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall hurt you. A time to love and a time to hate, a time of war and a time of peace. Have you not put a hedge around him and his house, and all that he has? On the heard great hailstones, about 100 pounds each, fell from heaven on people, and they cursed God for the plague of the hail, because the plague was so severe. Now war arose in heaven, Michael and his angels fighting against the dragon, and the dragon and his angels fought back. And he will rule them with a rod of iron, as when earthen pots are broken in pieces, even as I myself have received authority from my Father. For everyone who has been born of God overcomes the world. And this is the victory that has overcome the world, our faith. Little children, you are from God, and have overcome them. For he who is in you is greater than he who is in the world. But the anointing that you receive from him abides in you, and you have no need that anyone should teach you, but as his anointing teaches you about everything, and is true, and is no lie, just as it has taught you, abide in him. Be sober-minded, be watchful. Your adversary, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion, seeking someone to devour. Resist him, firm in your faith, knowing that the same kinds of suffering are being experienced by the brotherhood throughout the world. Blessed be the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, according to his great mercy, he has caused us to be born again to a living hope through the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead. We believe that God is one. We do well, even demons believe and shudder. Now faith is the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen. For by it the people of old received commendation. By faith we understand that the universe was created by the word of God, so that what was seen was not made out of things that are visible. By faith Abel offered to God a more acceptable sacrifice than Cain, for which he was condemned as righteous. God commended him by accepting his gifts, and through his faith, though he died, he still speaks by faith. Enoch was taken up so that he should not see death, and he was not found because God had taken him. Now before he was taken, he was commended as having pleased God. For the word of God is living and sharper than a two-edged sword, piercing to the division of soul and of spirit, of joints and of marrow, and discerning the thoughts of intentions of the heart. Sharing suffering as a good soldier of Jesus Christ, stand therefore, having fastened on the belt of truth, and having put on the breastplate of righteousness. Therefore take up the whole armor of God, and that may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all, to stand firm. Stand therefore, having fastened on the belt of truth, and having put on the breastplate of righteousness, and as shoes for your feet, having put on the readiness given by the gospel of peace in all circumstances. Take up the shield of faith, with which you can extinguish all the flaming darts of the evil one, and take the helmet of salvation and the word of the Spirit, which is the word of God. And those who belong to Christ Jesus have crucified the flesh with its passions and desires. For though we walk in the flesh, we are not waging war according to the flesh. The weapons of our warfare are not of the flesh, but have divine power to destroy strongholds. We destroy arguments and every lofty opinion raised against the knowledge of God, and take every thought captive to obey Christ, being ready to punish every disobedience when your obedience is complete, so that we would not be outwitted by Satan, for we are not ignorant of his designs. Let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, and those that exist have been instituted by God. Therefore, whoever resists the authorities resists what God has appointed, and those who resist will incur judgment, for rulers are not a terror to God, to good conduct, but to bad. Would you have no fear of the one who is in authority? Then do what is good, and you will receive his approval, for he is God's servant for your good. But if you do wrong, be afraid, for he does not bear the sword in vain, for he is a servant of God, and the avenger who carries out God's wrath for the wrongdoer.
You forgot the power glove! You know, to beat my high score. Oh, yeah. Great to be back in business. Thanks to you. Daddy's waiting for you, little girl. Up here. Oh, do you think I'm your daddy? Only long enough for you to bring me back my daughter. And now she's gonna take me to a whole new playground. You forgot where you came from, kid. But I know where you're going. It's traveling time! We need to talk right now. Go inside, honey. Catherine, you were such a little artist. You were my blood. Only you could have brought me out. In your mind, they took you away from me. But I made them pay. I took all their children away from them. And now, that's over. Come on. Time to start all over again. Every town has an Elm Street. What's with kids today, huh? No respect. Oh, you better speak up. Oh, must be my deaf ear. This, bitch, might be your dream, but it's my rules.
We thought it what?
But there's so much more to learn. How about this, Doc? Sticks and stones may break my bones, but nothing will ever kill me. Well, let's see now. First, they tried burning me. Then, they tried burying me. But this is my favorite. They even tried holy water. But I just keep on ticking. Because they promised me that. The dream people, the ones that gave me this job. Dreams. I am forever. Too bad you're not. I'm on it all.
Don't worry, baby. Mommy just had to take her medicine for snooping in Daddy's special work.
But you won't tell, will you? But you did tell, didn't ya? And now, it's time to take your medicine.
It wasn't my fault. It wasn't. You saw what they did to me when I was a kid. You saw them. I loved you. And your mother. I tried so hard to be good. But when they took you from me, it wasn't right. I knew you'd believe me. Come to Daddy.
I didn't need the glove to kill your bitch of a mother. I don't need one now. Come on. Let go. Come on, let go. I'll show you how.
You've got to fight back, princess. forgot how much it hurts to be human. Go ahead. Put it on. It's in your blood. Bessie, put it on. Feels good, doesn't it? Come on. Let your daddy show you how to use it. Kids. 1, 2.
Freddy's coming for you!
Ever play in the cat? With a bitch. Come in. I got some gingerbread for you. Gotcha. He's coming for you. My children. From the very beginning. I've been away from my children for far too long. Not strong enough yet. I will be soon enough. Until then, I'll let Jason have some fun. We need to get you to... Got your nose! Oh, don't worry about my little errand boy. The only thing to fear is fear from some. Oh. She's mine! Mine! Mine!
Oh, that's right! Everyone forgot! That's why they weren't afraid anymore! That's why I needed Jason to kill for me to get them to remember! But now he just won't stop! That's hot!
I need you to send a little message for me, that's all. Just a little message.
No!
I'll have to pass that message myself, won't I? Pass on a little message for me, will ya? Your eyes say no, but my mouth says yes. Let me handle this, bitch. Talk to Fred. These are my children, Jason. Back where you belong. It's time to put this bad dog to sleep. For good!
Not my arms!
Welcome to my nightmare. Ready for your thoughts, Chief. Oh, scared? Oh. Guilty. Why won't you die? Come on. Come on! So you are afraid of something after all. How sweet. You ugly little shit. Now there's a face only your mother could love. Here. Now get somewhere. Let's see what really scares you. And dig a little deeper. Dying to see what skeletons are hidden in your closet. It's not my fault this bitch is dead on her feet.
guarded as a grandmother, dignified as a king, immersed in the wonder of Teo. You can deal with whatever life brings you, and when that comes, you are ready. You still do not know 1,000th of a 1% of what nature has revealed to us. The more clearly we can focus our attention on the wonders and realities of the universe about us, the less taste we shall have found for our destruction. We have begun to contemplate our origins. Star stuff pondering the stars, organized assemblages of 10 billion atoms, considering the evolution of atoms, tracing the long journey by which, here at last, consciousness arose our loyalties, are to the species of the planet we speak, Earth, our obligation to survive, is owed not just to ourselves, but also to that cosmos infinite and vast from which we spring, that infinitely. Once sheer nature is revealed in time and difficulty, it is better to have less thunder in the mouth and more lightning in the hand. When you were born you cried, and in the world it rejoiced. Live your life so that when you die the world cries and you will rejoice. We will be known forever by the cracks we leave. You can't wake a person who is pretending to be asleep. You can see no reason for giving things false lives to yourself. It is easy to be brave from a distance. A good thief gives who does not take. An inflexible tree breaks in a storm. Don't be afraid to cry. It will free your mind of sorrowful thoughts. Before eating, always take time to think it through. Poverty is a note that strokes humility and breeds disrespect for God and man. The elders were wise, they know it is hard away from nature. Are hard, they knew that lack of respect for grown living things soon led to a lack of respect for humans too. They are not dead, who live in the hearts they leave behind. Ask questions from your heart, and you will be answered from the heart. Love the world as your own self. Then you can truly care for all things. Nature loves courage. You make the commitment, and nature will respond to that commitment by removing impossible obstacles. Dream the impossible dreams, and the world will not grind you under. It will lift you up. This is the trick. This is what all these teachers and philosophers who really counted, who really touched the alchemical gold. This is what they understood. This is the Gemini ant waterfall. This is how magic is done, by hurling yourself into the abyss and discovering its feathers. Does anything in nature despair except man? An animal with a foot caught in a trap does not seem to despair. It is too busy trying to survive. It is all closed in to a kind of still, intense waiting. Is this the key? Keep busy. The survival. Imitate the trees when you lose in order to recover. Remember that enough mistakes to seem to want. I need to gain the cycle of pain. Sit it out. Let all pass. Let it go. Ecology is often confused with environmentalism, while in fact environmentalism, anti-establishmentarianism, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious often leaves out the fact that people too can be legitimate part of an ecosystem. What you intend when you approach something in the world determines too varying extents the degree of sensory gain that others as you perceive that phenomenon. Intent, task, demands, cognitive, template, and gain defaults all affect what you sincerely perceive when all a part of the exterior world and your means. The major problems in the world are the result of chemistry, how nature works, and the way people think. My profession is always to be alert, to find God in nature, to know God works perceive, not because there is no reality outside our heads, but because we select and edit a reality we see to conform to our beliefs about what sort of world we live in. A man who believes that the resources of the world are infinite, for example, or that something is good for you, then the more of it the better, will not be able to see its errors because they will not look for evidence of them. For a man to change the basic beliefs that determine perception must admit logical premises. He must first become aware that reality is not necessarily as we believe it to be. Sometimes the dissonance between reality and false beliefs reaches a point where it becomes impossible to avoid. The awareness that the world no longer makes sense. Only then is it possible for the mind to consider radically different ideas of perception. Sometimes Mother Nature has the answer and we do not even know the question. Scientists stop studying nature because it is useful to do so. He studies it because he takes pleasure in it. He takes pleasure in it because it is beautiful. If nature were not beautiful, it would not be worth life, and life would not be worth living. Believe what you know. You will find something greater in words and woods and in books. Please don't be cheesy. That which you never learn from masses. There is in all visible things, invisible come forth into the light. Nature speaks. All creatures are merely veils under which God hides himself. Strands go as you turn. There's always sunrise somewhere. The dew is never all dried at once. The shower is forever falling. Vapor is ever rising. Eternal sunrise, eternal sunset, eternal dawn, and moment unseen. In continents and islands, each end is turned as the round earth rolls. If we surrender to Earth's intelligence, we can rise up rooted like trees. Go out into nature. Nature is not our enemy. It is our home. In fact, it sustains us. It is every one of us. All living things are our relatives and belong with us. In the biosphere, out of doors, we learn very quickly that there is another rhythm and a different agenda from the frenetic human insanity. Look at a tree, a flower, a plant. Let your awareness rest upon how still they are, how deeply rooted in being. Allow nature to teach you stillness. In nature, we never see anything isolated, but everything in connection with something else, which is before it, beside it, under it, and over it. Flowers always make people happier, better, and more helpful. They are sunshine, food, and medicine to the mind. People think they understand things because they become familiar with them. This is only superficial knowledge. It is the knowledge of an astronomer who knows the names of the stars, the botanist who knows the classification of leaves and flowers, the artist who knows the aesthetics of green and red. This is not to know nature itself, with earth and the sky, green and red. Astronomers, botanists, and artists have done no more than grasp impressions and interpret them, each within the vault of his own mind. The more involved they become with the activity of the intellect, the more they set themselves apart, the more difficult it becomes to live naturally. Science is a dangerous gift unless it can be brought into contact with wisdom that resides in the sensual, intuitive, and ethical aspects of our nature. For most non-Western cultures, nature is truly alive, and every entity within it is endowed with agency, intelligence, and wisdom. This animistic perception, caught up in a mass of abstractions, our attention hypnotized by a host of human-made technology. His disciples said to him, "When will the kingdom come?" Jesus said, "It will not come by waiting for it. It will not be a matter of saying here it is or there it is. Rather, the kingdom of the Father is spread out upon the earth, and men do not see it. The way we see the world shapes the way we treat it. The mountain is deity, not a pile of ore, but the river is one of the veins of the land.
crazy, tickly?
And I'm not gonna spend the rest of my life as a plastic freak. Next time you're alone, you're mine.
That's no way to treat your best friend.
No more Mr. Good Guy.
I'm sorry to hear that. Because if I can't be your best buddy, then nobody can.
You got your wish. You're mine now, doll. And if you know what's good for you, you are going to love, honor, and obey.
I wouldn't marry you if you had the body of G.I. Joe.
Hey, Raggedy Ann, you looked in the mirror lately? Now's not the time to get picky.
Aren't you the crazy bitch I talked to last night on the phone? Now we'll never know if she's a natural redhead.
He's my new lease on life. I'm gonna get you, fuckers!
You got that right.
Bullseye.
Seriously, I'm not sure.
This is it, kid. End of the line. You get me out of here right now!
Time to open you up. Let's see what we're dealing with.
I'm an old friend of the family.
I give him 6 months. 3 if she gains weight.
Oh! You feel that, don't you? And it was such a nice place to visit. 25 years. You're the last one standing.
So to speak.
If I wanted you dead, you'd be tits up by now.
What's a TV?
You really didn't need to see that.
Violence in movies and television is one of the worst.
What is this shit?
Never mind, child.
Jesus, the music scene's gone to hell since I've fed. That's more like it. Act natural.
What am I supposed to do with this?
Knuckle it. Shut up.
Sure, I'll steer and you can work the pedals. We're dolls, you dope! There's worse things than death.
Oh, bitch! You broke my neck!
I'm gonna kill you slow.
Get down there! Boom!
This is for Tupac.
I just can't with this guy. I don't know whether to kill him or just take notes. And they call me sick? Now I'm gonna go kill Andy. No, I want to kill Andy. I earned it. I've been through a lot today. You got to suck titty today. Look what happened to me. Hello? Look at my hair. Oh, shit, you win. Absolutely. Sorry, pal. You go fuck them up real good. Have fun.
I have to take care of a friend who's mentally incapacitated.
What the hell? Ah, what the hell? I need the exercise. They just don't get us. And they never will.
A mother's love never dies.
Not even when she kills it. Right? I've always had a thing for families. Especially a mommy.
I'm actually a little envious.
I am anatomically correct, you know.
Will it hurt?
I'll do my best. Just keep your fucking mouth shut.
You know, I love being me, and I love my job.
Yours, asshole! Hi, soldier.
Bullshit.
Shit. You little shit. You little shit.
Shit. Holy shit.
Shit.
Charles, stop swearing.
Shut up, you idiot.
Shut up.
Hey, Dewey Dembella. Give me the power I beg of you. Ade beaucoup Dembella.
Ortiz me d'accordo de me você. Ade beaucoup Dembella. Give me the power, I beg of you.
Do not care for the cruder aspect of truth. Christ cared as he drove the money lenders from the temple. His scourge was a great teller of truths. Jesus was the ultimate embracer of chaos. For it is good to be children sometimes, and never better than at Christmas, when its mighty founder was a child himself. As good as gold, said Bob, and better somehow. He gets thoughtful, sitting by himself so much, and thinks the strangest things you ever heard. He told me coming home that he hoped that the people saw him in church because he was a cripple, and it might be pleasant to them to remember upon Christmas Day who made lame beggars walk and blind men see. The Magi, as you know, were wise men, wonderfully wise men, who brought gifts to the babe in the manger. They invented the art of giving Christmas presents. The thing was, the herdmans didn't know anything about the Christmas story. They knew that Christmas was Jesus' birthday, but everything else was news to them. The shepherds, the wise men, the star of a stable, the crowded inn. When they got to the part about swaddling clothes and the manger of Imogen asked, "You mean they tied him up and put him in a feed box? Where was the child welfare? I've got the baby here." Imogen barked at the wise man, "Don't touch him, I named him Jesus." I heard Alice gasp, and she poked me. "I don't think it's very nice to burp the baby Jesus," she whispered as if he heard colic. "Spitting up, rhyme it never ending," I said. "Spitting again, what is wrong with my head? He never stopped speaking again, off the top of my head. Spitting and speaking again, repent, for the kingdom of God is near. It is written, man does not live on bread alone, but on every word that comes from the mouth of God. You are a result of the earth. You are the salt of the earth. But if the salt loses its saltiness, how can it be made salty again? It is no longer good for anything except to be thrown out and trampled by men. Let your light shine before men, that they may see your good deeds and praise your Father in heaven. Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but fulfill them. Whoever has will be given more. Whoever does not have, even what he has will be taken from him. Be careful not to do your acts of righteousness before men, to be seen by them. If you do, you will have no reward from your Father in heaven. But when you pray, go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father who is unseen. The Father who sees what is done in secret will reward you. If you forgive men when they sin against you, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. Do not store up for yourself treasures on earth, where moth and rust destroy, and where thieves break in and steal. But store up for yourself treasures in heaven, where moth and rust do not destroy, and where thieves do not break in and steal. For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. Only in his hometown, among his relatives, and in his own house is a prophet without honor. Therefore I tell you, do not worry about your life, what you will eat or drink, or about your body, what you will wear. Is not life more important than food, and the body more important than clothes? Who of you, be worrying, can add a single hour to his life? Do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. Each day has enough trouble of its own. Do not judge, or you too will be judged. Why do you think at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye, and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye? Ask, and it will be given to you. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and the door will be opened to you. If you then, though you are evil, know how to give good gifts to children, how much more will your Father in heaven give good gifts to those who ask him? Watch out that no one deceives you, for many will come in the name claiming I am Christ, and will deceive many. Believe them not. Spit in a trap. Enter through the narrow gate, for wide is the gate, and broad is the road that leads to destruction, and many enter through it. But small is the gate, and narrow the road that leads to life, and only a few find it. Watch out for false prophets. They come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ferocious wolves. Spitting a rhyming ghost, spitting a hoax.